Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that the food has arrived. So if you go to the back, it's all set out on the table. Help yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, are you sufficiently savansified with our bannock and jam? It'll be there at all the breaks, and there'll be more berries later at the end. I'm Pamela Thompson, and a member of the Church of the Redeemer and of the Indigenous Solidarity Working Group. And I'd like to welcome you all here. This is the program that we'll be following, and I'm not sure who the timekeeper is going to be, but if nobody else has that job, it'll probably be me. I would like to invite 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐠𝐥𝐚𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬, a priest in the Anglican Church, and the Indigenous animator. At any rate, she's a big cheese in the Anglican Church with respect to, it's like when I was a judge and people called me Your Majesty. So, welcome, Your Majesty. 𝐃𝐨𝐮 is going to pray over the food that we have eaten and will eat, and then we will, I will come back. Then Sandra will come and do her drumming and singing and welcoming us, which is something I look forward to every time we have an event. And then I will come back. Thank you.
𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐠𝐥𝐚𝐬. Thank you. I'm really glad that she didn't announce titles and whatnot. That's really not my bag. So just my name is fine. You can call me 𝐃𝐨𝐿. My indigenous name is in there, and it's kind of hard to pronounce, and that's okay. It's 𝐾𝐨𝐿, and it means shakes the leaves or shaking the leaves. So, and it's okay that it's okay. It takes a while. It takes a while. Thank you for the invitation. It is great to be here at Redeemer here in Toronto. It's good to see all of you here and, of course, online. So excited that we have drumming and singing, and that is great. So why don't I say, I'll do an abbreviated version of the 𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐷𝐾𝐿𝐬, which is the words before all else. And that is the prayer that we learn as young people as soon as our feet touches the floor, to give thanks and greetings to Creator, and give, of course, thanks for the abundance we have known, the abundance we know all around us. This is a prayer that is coming back with full force. And I'm so proud of my people and 6 stations of the Grand River Territory. St. Luke's Anglican Church sponsors Cayuga language classes, in which that's the beginning of the language class, in which children, mothers and fathers, families especially, learn that prayer. And we employ new teachers of the Cayuga language. And they, of course, go on, and some of our students have gone on to full Cayuga immersion. So I just wanted to give that little plug. For our people. So I'll say the first part in Mohawk. Kunjakwa swari osios ka nagariwasa. Tanshina no horara don't sakway diso. Creator God, we give thanks for the people that are gathered here today, the people that are gathered within these walls and those outside the walls, all of the people and families joining together with this, our minds are one. Creator God, we give thanks for the land, for the trees, the shrubs, for the medicines, all that is on Mother Earth that provides us with shade, with wellness, with joy. With these things of Mother Earth, we are one. Our minds are one. Creator God, 𝐶𝐤𝐻𝐷𝐸𝐻, we give thanks for the animals, the fish, the birds, all that provide us with sustenance for our bodies, part of the foods that we eat. Those that provide us with entertainment in their song and in their companionship. For all this Creator provides, we give thanks, and this our minds are one. Creator God, 𝐶𝐤𝐻𝐷𝐸𝐻, we give thanks for our greatest resource in the waters, lakes and rivers, oceans, mists, fogs, snows and rains, all of that which gives nourishment to our mother and to our bodies. Give us strength and courage to watch over this most precious resource. With this prayer, our minds are one. Creator God, we give thanks for all of the heavenly bodies, our brother the sun, our grandmother moon, and our cousins the stars, providing warmth in our day and light by evening, wisdom with pictures in the sky. Give reference to this wide, wide place that we call home. With these heavenly bodies, we give thanks. With this, our minds are one. Creator God, we give thanks for the weathers, the storms, the thunderers. Giving reference to the time of Creator for growth, for death, for transformation, for cleansing. With these natural elements, we give thanks. In this prayer, our minds are one. Creator God, we give thanks for our ancestors and the spiritual beings around us, giving us guidance, providing us with resilience, courage, and bravery to maintain. Creator God, we look to our spiritual guiders, our guides, our spiritual guides, our ancestors, still and always moving forward for healing, for strength, for courage, for wisdom, for love and honor, compassion, forgiveness. With this prayer, we give thanks, and with this prayer, our minds are one. Creator God, we give thanks for our helpers here on earth, those that serve us, those that care for us, those that provide us with healing and strength and companionship, those that have led us. Creator God, with this prayer, our minds are one. Creator God, as we come to an end, we know that we have forgotten. We know that we have missed things in our prayers. But we ask that as we are reminded, as we go through our day, that you understand and forgive us, and that always prayer is in our hearts and in our minds. So as we close, we give thanks to you, 𝐶𝐤𝐻𝐷𝐸𝐻, for all the abundance you have shown us in creation, for all the gifts that you have given us. And finally, we pray for ourselves, for courage, for bravery, for your spirit to surround us, that we go forward in this world living and learning with love, companionship, mercy, forgiveness, charity, that we may walk together, discover together, and love together. In his name we pray. Amen.
Is the microphone on? Okay, good. My name's Sandra Campbell. I come from Ganawate Wata, a Mohawk First Nation, and I'm from the Wolf Clan. But I live in Toronto, and I work in Toronto. But I take pride in this sage here, because the sage was grown by the Indigenous women in Toronto. So we sing to it. We started a little garden, and I think there'll be a garden planting soon, so I hope everyone will come. Talk to Sandy about that. But anyways, they grow this, and then we harvest it once a year. And so, so this is not store-bought. It's home-grown. But I was asked to do a smudge and an opening prayer, but nothing's written, like there's no right way or wrong way of doing this. I'm just going to do what I've been trained in Toronto. Yes, I am a Mohawk, and thank you, Rosalind, for that. It brings tears to my eyes when I hear that. Now I'll go. But in Toronto, we're very diverse Indigenous community. We have Mi'kmaq, and don't be offended if I don't mention your nation, right? But there's Mi'kmaq, Oneida, Mohawk, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Cree. Where's Mike Chena? Swampy Cree, is it? Muscogee. And so it's like a general thing that we've done. So, but my thinking of how to do the smudge is I do my eyes so I can see the truth as the truth is supposed to be. And then I do my ears so I can hear good things. And then I do my mouth so I can say kind words, because I can be mean sometimes. Sorry, it's the truth, right? So I always have to be diligent on my words. I do my heart so I can receive that truth. And I do my arms, or, so I can do good work. And then I do my front. No, actually, then I do behind me, because I grew up in an environment that was a lot of violence, and it was a hard life, and things hold me back in that bitterness. So I try to let it go, and then I flick it, and then I do with the front of me, so I can try to walk in that good way. And it helps me to center and focus. And I use just sage, because sage is a very kind medicine. It's a healing medicine. It helps with anxieties. And I do know that there's other medicines you can put in there. But I do a lot of frontline work where a lot of individuals have, done some mood-altering substances. And I was trained to use sage, because it's a very kind, healing medicine. So I don't bring out the sweetgrass too often, because I watched the protocol where you have to be 4 days clean. And some people I meet, they've only been 12 hours clean. So that's why I use the sage. I don't use a shell, and I know that's a part of a protocol from my friends that shared with me. I use a cast iron skillet, and that reminds me of trade and treaties, and that's one of the important things. And plus, it doesn't break, because I do a lot of walking. My daughter got me a Fitbit. I didn't wear it today, but I walk 10 to 12 miles a day in my work, because I'm in community. So, and of course, the fire. and we're in 2025, so I got mine at Dollarama. Right, very modern. So, but the idea is to get you focused in that one mind. And I just thought I'd give that brief explanation of why I'm doing this. And it is a way of life, the way that's going to go following that great peace, bringing it in your life. And I attribute to Father up in the back there, Stephen, because he chose that life, a way of peace, right? So, same walk. My mom says there's many paths, but we all end up at the same place at the end. Just like when you go in a long house, there's a front door and a back door. In one way, out the next. But anyway, so I bring the flame. And of course, this feather I got, it's an eagle feather. And I acknowledge each direction, and that was part of my training in Toronto. And I have no problems. So I like to acknowledge that eastern direction, the direction of the sun rises and new beginnings start. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned or I'm unaware of at this particular moment, I'm going to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 𝐒𝐢𝐧𝐵. Great gratitude, thank you. And then I like to acknowledge that southern direction, the direction of energy. And as we lean into our faith and into our spirituality and the work that we do in community, there's also a direction where our youth sit, and they have a lot of energy. Sometimes it's hard to keep up, so we have to remind ourselves. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned at this particular moment, or if I'm unaware of, I'm going to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude, thank you. And as we're continuing on in that spiritual life, because we are all start off as spiritual beings, I like to acknowledge that western direction, the direction where our adults sit. It's also a direction that through our hard work with the beginning of our planting and also our growing stages in that southern direction is the time to harvest. But it's also a time that we get our answers, especially in our prayers. It's also a direction that we walk out of. And there's no true words or description or poetry or paintings that can describe that side. No one has ever been there. We might have been on the cusp, but no one has truly crossed over until our time has come. I'd like to acknowledge that now. And if there's certain things I am unaware of at this particular moment or have not mentioned, I like to say, acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude, thank you. And then I'd like to acknowledge that northern direction, the direction where our elders sit with that long gray snowy hair, the ones that we present our tobacco ties to, so we could get some good direction in our lives. It could be someone with lived experience on how to raise our children, how to be a good worker at our jobs, how to be good students, so that we could participate fully into community. And it's also a time of winter time when Mother Earth rests and sleeps. And it's also a direction where we take care of ourselves, self-care. So when we're tired, we rest. It's okay to rest when we're tired. It's okay to eat when we're hungry. It's important that we take care of ourselves so that we could continue on in community. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned at this particular moment, or if I'm unaware of, I like to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude, thank you. Now that we completed the full circle, the circle of life, I like to acknowledge our ancestors in that northern sky. This could be some, where our spiritual mentors are. It could be, someone that we hold in high esteem. It could be a grandma, a grandpa, an auntie, an uncle. It could also be, your spirit helpers or saints, or even where Christ sits in that big sky there. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned, or if I'm unaware of at this particular moment, I'm going to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude. Thank you. And then I'd like to acknowledge Mother Earth. She's always there, always providing, unconditionally, providing us with all our clothing, all our food, and all our shelter. And as she provides unconditionally, it reminds us as we walk forward in stewardship and to take care of everything, the environment, Mother Earth, our community, our families, even ourselves. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned at this particular moment, or if I'm unaware of, I'm going to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude. Thank you. And as we enter in that center, the center of balance, the center that we knew before we were even created, and we meet our Creator, the Creator that knew us from birth, even before we were born, and as we were spirits. Now that we're here, to be kind to each other, and to say nice and kind words and praises and encourage our brothers and sisters as we walk into this world and finding that balance. And if there's certain things I have not mentioned, or if I'm unaware of, I'm going to acknowledge that now and say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude. Thank you. And now that we've completed the whole direction of that medicine wheel, and we are as one and as one mind, and look forward to our guest speakers to hear them and what they have to share so that we can. I like to say, 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 𝐒𝐚𝐬 merci beaucoup. Great gratitude and thank you. And I've also been asked to sing a song, and I am on a microphone, so I'll be gentle. There was a time us Indigenous women were invited down to was it the Sky Dome, and the powwow. I'm talking like in the 90s, right? In the early 2000s. And I was asked to sing, and they mic'd me, and I said, "Oh, don't mic me. Don't mic me. If you do, turn it off." Because as soon as I sing so loud. I speak gently, and I don't say too much. But when I sing, I sing. They didn't listen, and I broke their microphone system. So they didn't have any mics for 2 days. So please turn the microphone off.
Cuando
So thank you for inviting me. I'm always happy when you guys ask me to come out. But I just sang the Micmac honor song, welcoming song for everyone. And this is an exciting day. So let's sit back and enjoy and learn. Thank you.
Well, somebody said aging isn't for sissies, and they're right. Anyway, thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your prayer, Rosalind. I owe you tobacco, but I will give it when you come up the next time. I had the tobacco and I left it there, Sandra, for Douglas. A couple of things. No, the tobacco pouch. Yes, thank you. There may be things that are said or talked about today that upset you. If so, there will be people at the back who can comfort you and take care of you. Don't be afraid to come to the back. Before we start the next part of the sessions, I would like to remind us all that we are on the land that does not belong to us. It is the land of the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, the Mississaugas of the Credit, First Nation, and many, many First Nations and Indigenous peoples that have passed through here over the millennia. We have underneath here Tattle Creek. We found that out when we were digging out the basement in the 90s or early 2000s, I don't remember. And they assured us that we couldn't go any deeper. First of all, they told us for 100 years, more than 100 years, that we couldn't dig down at all. So this part of the church to the steps had a basement, but the rest wasn't, and you had to get down like this. We called it the sand pit, and there were stories down there, and I'm sure there were ghosts. But when they did find out that the TTC was even lower than they alleged, we dug down, and lo and behold, we raised millions of dollars. Well, lo and behold, didn't Tattle Creek start bubbling up? So we're very aware that we are on ancient lands and ancient places. And we give thanks for those ancient peoples and those now who care for the land. The land is not ours, it is Creator's. And if you don't believe me, you can study any spiritual tradition, including the Bible. And if you don't believe that, look up Sylvia Keesmaat and she'll set you straight. At any rate, we give thanks for those who have cared for our land and who are caring for our land. And we give thanks that we have peace in our land, which is a rare commodity these days. Douglas Sinclair, I have been a fan of for many years since he started. I don't know how I found him, but I did. And I read Indigenous Watchdog. I pray over what I read. And I publish as part of the weekly Indigenous News Digest that comes out every second week now. But I'm not changing the name because it doesn't work. So anyway, there have been many references to Douglas's work in when I do the topic of reconciliation or the TRC. Douglas follows in a line of speakers that we have had that's included Murray Sinclair in this spot, and John Ralston Saul, Michael Chena, who is here, and many others who have come to speak to us reconciliation. Douglas has a particular and most helpful approach to our ReconciliAction. And I welcome Douglas from the Peguis Nation, and this floor is yours. Oh, phones off, please. I was a judge for 36 years. I know what to do with these things, and you won't get it back. Excuse my back, Douglas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
First of all, thank you, Pam, and I'd like to thank the Church of the Redeemer as well for inviting me to participate in the ReconciliAction. So, as you can see, what is the status of reconciliation? This is a critical question, and it's a very important question, especially when you consider that in 2 weeks from now will be the 10th year anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission issuing the summary report with their 94 calls to action. And Indigenous Watchdog was established in 2019. And in that time, the singular question and focus of the work that is done is to answer a question. And that is reconciliation advancing or not? And if not, why? Because it's important to understand, is there progress being made? Where is it being made? How is it being made? And who is making the right actions and who is not? And to hold those people accountable, or organizations or governments, to move the needle and move reconciliation to where it has to be eventually successful. And because Indigenous Watchdog is distinctions-based, and what that means is it focuses on issues that are critical to First Nations, as well as to Métis, as well as to Inuit, because the three distinctive organizations each have their own sets of issues and needs and problems that have surfaced that impact their ability to live successfully in Canada. So I'm going to start with a slightly different territory acknowledgement, and this one is to honor the homelands of the three distinct groups. So first of all, the Inuit homeland and Inuit Nunangat. And so you have Nunavut, you have Inuvialuit in the Northwest Territories, Nunavik in northern Quebec, and Nunatsiavut in Newfoundland and Labrador. And then you have the Métis homelands in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, extending into the territories in Alberta, British Columbia, and northwestern Ontario. And then finally, the First Nations, 634 First Nations across the country, coast to coast to coast. And there's 12 distinct language groups and 70 languages within those First Nations across the country. So it's a very large, distinct group of peoples that have been in this country, Kanata, as they say, time immemorial. So what I'm going to do today is, on the agenda, there's basically four things. One is to provide some historical context in order to put reconciliation into a context of why it's necessary. Secondly, just give a brief overview of Indigenous Watchdog, who we are, what we do, and why, because it's important to understand just exactly what the overall mission and purpose of the site and the organization is in terms of moving the needle on reconciliation. Second is going to be a third is going to be a high-level view in terms of what are the actual issues that are holding reconciliation back. Because you'll see when we get to that section, there's some significant problems in terms of where reconciliation sits today. And so that section is designed to look at a high level, this is what the problems are, this is where it's happening, and then it gets a little bit more deeper in terms of these are the specific calls to action where there's problems. And there's a handout that was at the front that has explanations of all the calls to action that have not started, all the ones that have stalled, explaining just exactly what the rationale is, so that you can go and see just exactly what the reason for that is. And then the fourth thing is doing more of a deep dive. Okay, now we've done the sort of high-level overview. Okay, now what are the specific actions or problems within each of the calls, well, some of the calls to actions, and focusing on the ones where there's been some issues. So, the first thing you see when you go to the Indigenous Watchdog site is this image of a wampum belt. And superimposed on the wampum belt is a statement, 262 years of promises made and promises broken. And so what that represents is that the treaties, and this is important, especially when you think of King Charles coming to read the throne speech as a representative of the Crown for Canada. It's also a representative of who the treaties have relationships with, which is the Crown. It's not with Ontario, it's not with Manitoba, it's not with Saskatchewan, or not with BC. And we'll get into more about that as we go along. But the wampum belt, just as a brief explanation, the 3 rows of white beads that you see represent peace, respect, and friendship. And the 2 rows of purple beads that you see, one represents European laws and traditions and culture, the other represents Indigenous cultures, laws, and traditions. And they go parallel to each other, they don't interfere with each other, they don't get in each other's ways. They're respecting each other as entities that are sharing the land that they are now living on. And that's the whole purpose. And I think that the image of the wampum belt says so much more eloquently what the power of treaty is versus any kind of, when you look at the Royal Proclamation, which was issued by King George III in 1763. And this was after the 7 Years' War, in terms of how the countries were being managed. And in that Royal Proclamation, it was made clear that Aboriginal title exists. They have title, ownership of the land, of the resources, of all that is there, and is to be lived in partnership with colonial entities. In 1764, there were 84 wampum belts that were exchanged between 24 First Nations to sort of ratify and solidify that connection between the Crown and the Indigenous tribes at that time in terms of the Aboriginal rights and title that existed and perpetuates. After that, you look at 1867 when Canada was formed. That was the start of Canada as an entity needing to expand west and looking at and seeing the Indians as a problem. They were in the way, and they had to come up with mechanisms to be able to control the expansion of the settler colonial construct west. And in that process, that's when they started all the assimilation policies that became evident through the residential school system, among others. And my father was a residential school survivor from Fort Alexander School in Manitoba. And one other thing just to bear in mind quickly, at the same time that this was happening, at the end of the 19th century was the collapse of the Indigenous economy. Up until that point, Indigenous and white settlers, not settlers, but the fur trade, it was an equal relationship. And they were on a par. But when the fur trade collapsed, followed by the buffalo disappearing on the plains, led to all sorts of, you had the disease and you had the starvation, in fact, impacting Indigenous peoples across the West. Combine that with the creation of the CP rail going across. And what the government did, they used the starvation tactics in order to force Indigenous people off the land and onto reserves. And there's a book actually called Clearing the Plains, which is one of few awards that documents in meticulous detail just exactly how that was done and what the ramifications and results of that have been to the Indigenous people at that time. So why is reconciliation necessary? The Indian Act was enacted in 1876. And this was designed really to curtail and constrain the ability of Indigenous people to be able to live their lives. I just wanted to focus on a few other things. One was the right to vote. My father was a career soldier in the Canadian Army. He fought in the Second World War from 1939 to 1945. He fought in the Korean War, 1950 to 1953. He was in the UN peacekeeping mission in Egypt in 1957. He was one of thousands and thousands and thousands of Indigenous people. They only got the right to vote in 1960. Up until that time, Indigenous people were not allowed to vote in the land that they were willing to go and die for. So what does that say about at that time, the commitments and the injustices that have been allowed to perpetuate? The other thing was in 1921, a Haudenosaunee leader went to the League of Nations to complain about treaty violations within his territory. The Canadian government's response was to outlaw political organizations, So that Indigenous people could not gather in groups of more than a few people. It was illegal for them to hire a lawyer. And if a lawyer dared to represent an Indigenous group or person, they were threatened with being disbarred. I mean, so you can see that the whole Indian Act was really designed to constrain, restrict, and control. And in fact, from the time it was enacted until 1951, an Indian could not even leave the reserve unless they had permission. I mean, so there's a lot of issues around how things were sort of forced on the Indigenous populations. What you see next is after about 100 years or so, the governments of the day recognize, okay, we have a problem here. There's the Indian population is marginalized, they're impoverished. What are we going to do about it to fix the problem? And so now we've had 65 years of reports, commissions, what have you, and you can see which ones ignored, canceled. I mean, you just sort of scratch your head and wonder what's next, what's going to happen next. And just want to do two things. Kelowna Accord was the first time that all of the federal, provincial, territory governments, Indigenous groups, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, came together, agreed collectively that this is what the legislation is going to be that will close the gap between the Indigenous problems and Canadians and close that gap. The first thing that Stephen Harper did when he came into power was to cancel that agreement. And you think about that. This was the first time that collectively all the governments of Canada had agreed, and Harper, with one stroke of the pen, threw it out the window. And before I get into the TRC and what this meeting is about, in 2012, Stephen Harper, and this is important, Stephen Harper introduced a bill, an omnibus bill, and it was designed to fast-track infrastructure projects, designed to get pipelines, to get mining, get all these different resource extraction industry projects in the ground and proceeding as fast as possible. And the reason to do that, or the way to do that, was to curtail environmental assessments. Make sure they could override, don't let environmental issues get in the way. Don't let Indigenous consulting, Indigenous treaties, Indigenous territories get in the way. Don't let society in general get away. Just go ahead and steamroll this thing through. The end result was 4 Indigenous women in Saskatoon started something called Idle No More, which within a year swept the country and led to all of these protests, coast to coast to coast, to prevent that legislation from happening. And why that's important today is you look at Bill 5 in Ontario, the fast-tracking projects. You look at Bill 45 in BC, exactly the same thing, infrastructure project, override environmental assessments, override duty to consult. Language bill, Bill 96 in Quebec, the Alberta, the sovereignty referendum they want to have. All of these are fundamentally pushing aside Indigenous rights, and they're disavowing treaty relationships. And those treaty relationships, as they say, are with the Crown. It's not a relationship with Ontario or with Saskatchewan or with Alberta or with the ministers of BC. It's a federal relationship. Anyway, we'll get into a bit more discussions about that a little bit later. So Indigenous Watchdog. I mean, there's 2 fundamental reasons that it exists. First of all is to hold stakeholders accountable. That's number 1, just exactly identify who is doing what that is good, who is doing stuff that is not good, and flag it and post it and say that this is what is happening. Secondly is to educate, inform, and empower users, Canadians that are accessing the site by providing and curating a wealth of information that comes from credible sources to allow them to be able to articulate their own actions and perspectives in moving the needle on reconciliation. And so the site itself, the information is organized in a way that is very easy to navigate, easy to search. And there's universities are using it, unions are using it, churches are using it, students, researchers. I mean, there's quite a broad spectrum from society. And the one thing they say is that it's easy to find the information that they're looking for. It's organized so that you can search by First Nations, by Métis, by Inuit. You can search by jurisdiction. You can go to Saskatchewan, Manitoba, whatever the province or the territory is. You can go by the theme, whether it's child welfare, justice, or health, whatever it is. It's very easy to navigate through the site, to find the information, and you'll see in a second just how pervasive that information is that's available. And the idea, again, is to make the information accessible so that people can enable themselves or their organizations to be able to articulate and put in place the solutions that will help to close that gap between what's keeping Indigenous peoples marginalized in society. So what main thing here is to establish the authority and the credibility of the site. So there's 11 primary sources that are used every single day, 365 days a year. The site, these 11 sources are scanned. Anything that is relevant on an Indigenous issue falls into any one of the 30 themes that are identified. And within those themes, there's now another 700 sub-themes. So all of the organization is neatly identified, slotted, and put in the right spot so that anybody can go in and find the information they want. And of those, this shows you here between 2023 and 2025, I just focused on that 28-month period, there's 6,214 posts that have been put on. That's strictly for the calls to action. It doesn't include the government commitments, it doesn't include the background content. In the background content for all of the different themes and for all of the calls to action, there's a wealth of information, just background content to provide further context, further information, further detail, solution-focused, again, to allow people to find the information that can move the needle on that reconciliation idea, whatever it happens to be. So this is where we stand today. As of May 1st, 37% of all the calls to action are either not started or they're stalled. There's 14 that are not started, there's 21 that are stalled, and there's a handout at the back that I mentioned that has details about exactly why they're not started, why they're stalled. And I just wanted to point out at the bottom, there's January 18th, 2024. The Minister of Indigenous Services came out, Crown Indigenous Services came out and said that Canada says 85% of the calls to action are either complete or well in progress. And so this post is basically a rebuttal to that and shows that it's really only about 56%, I think it is, something like that. So there's a huge disconnect between what the government says that they are doing, what they're realizing, what their attainment levels are, and what the reality is. And just as three things. First of all, you'll notice that there has been progress. From September 2019, it was at 43%, now it's at 37%. So there's been a 6 percentage point increase in that period of time, 1% a year. Not a heck of a lot, but at least it's some movement. Secondly, the 37% has been at 37% for 4 years. So 4 years' time, despite all of the activity, all the actions, all the commitments, that needle hasn't moved, hasn't budged. Well, it's budged a bit. Then it goes back and forth. But it's roughly been 37% for that period of time. So what's the problem? That's really the fundamental question that I think arises when you look at all of the efforts that are going into moving the bar on reconciliation. You know, there's from my perspective, there are 4 main barriers that get in the way. Number 1 is the lack of political will across all jurisdictions, and that's federal, provincial, territory, municipal, to address fundamental issues around Aboriginal rights and title, Indigenous laws and governance, and treaty rights. And despite all the things you read in the press about duty to consult and free, prior, and informed consent, and their commitment to do that, the actions don't bear that out. And we'll get into that in a little bit, but to me, that's the number 1 issue. Number 2 is very important as well, which is systemic racism. It's still entrenched throughout all sectors of society. And if you look at these 4 that are highlighted here, child welfare, education, health, and justice, are 4 of the 5 foundational, fundamental calls to action themes that impact the day-to-day quality of life of Indigenous people across the country. Of all of the posts in that 28-month period, all of the posts relating to child welfare, 28% were flagged as systemic racism. For education, 33%. For health, 39%. For justice, 64%. In that justice one that's basically systemic racism in general, systemic racism in police, systemic racism with the RCMP, and then targeted Indigenous groups like missing and murdered Indigenous women. So it's, you can see that it's 10 years after the calls to action were first issued to have this level of disconnect where the needle has not moved. There's something fundamentally wrong. If you look at the number 3, structural barriers, These are things that are structurally embedded within the systems. Like you look at the National Indigenous Health Benefit Program, they have a hotline for people to call in. They have very few Indigenous people that are answering the phones. They have no cultural understanding of the people that are calling in. A lot of the people that they would like to have on that call line, a lot of people won't sign up because the bureaucracy takes months and months and months to pay people. So councillors don't want to sign up. I mean, why would they want to sign up and do things and not get paid for it? Housing, there's no building codes on reserves. And then you wonder why there's problems with housing on reserves, which has been an issue. Anyway, so there's structural embedded things like that have not been fixed. And the last thing is the lack of quality data. If you really want to have the ability to develop sound policy, you have to have solid research based on clear, accurate data so that you can define and articulate what you can do to fix things. This slide here just shows you what the problem is. And these are, again, those foundational, fundamental areas that impact Indigenous lives: child welfare, education, health, and justice. All have calls to action specific to providing annual reports where the federal government, the provincials, and the territories would get together and combine and be able to articulate and share the knowledge that they can build through accessing the data. They're not doing it. And you have to ask yourself why. I mean, you look at the pandemic and how quickly they were able to put together the mechanisms to be able to fight a COVID pandemic coast to coast within months. Why can't they just, I mean, my background is in technology. There's no reason technologically why you can't allow access to data from different, the provinces have the data. The federal government has the data. They're not sharing it, they're not making it accessible, and that's wrong. And the last thing to focus on this slide is the National Council for Reconciliation. The National Council was the foundational governance body identified by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to monitor and track and report on how governments and stakeholders are responding and reporting on the progress of reconciliation. Fundamental, National Council, that was the body, the governance body. This is the organization, Indigenous-led, independent of government, that is going to be able to look out over the whole country on a consistent basis and through a report to Parliament, through the Prime Minister, make an annual report to Canadians in terms of this is the status of reconciliation. This is the reality of what we're doing. This is the reality of the roadblocks. These are the problems, and this is what we're going to do to fix it. It took them till 2 weeks ago to finally, 2 months ago, in March, the beginning of March, they finally enacted, through the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, the National Council was established as a legal entity. And so now they have 18 months to operationalize their work. It took them 10 years to get to that point. And when you see that, you just have to question and wonder, what is going on with government that it takes them that long to do something that is so fundamental to be able to track and see what is going on with reconciliation. So now we're going to take it down a notch. So now we're going into the specifics about the calls to action themselves. So this gets more specifics about where the problems are. And you'll see here that there's, I haven't taken all 14 of the ones not started, but there's 10. 2 of them are already on the previous one, 2 and 9. The ones I'm going to focus on are the Royal Proclamation. Hasn't even been looked at. Hasn't been started. Hasn't even made a blip in terms of progress. And the Royal Proclamation, the way it is worded in the calls to action, is that they want to build on the Royal Proclamation of 1763. Basically update it so that it's current with things like the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights, the rebuttal of the refutement of the Doctrine of Discovery in Terra Nullius. And for those that don't know, the Doctrine of Discovery was a papal bull that was issued in the 15th century, which basically allowed colonial powers at that time, Spain and Portugal, to basically carve up the New World. And it was basically Terra Nullius. Nobody lived there. It wasn't Christian, so it was no one lived there, so it's open book. Help yourselves to whatever you find. So that was what the Doctrine of Discovery, and that really underpins despite what governments say, the refusal to allow Indigenous laws and governance to get in the way of resource extraction projects that are rampant across the country, especially now in BC, Ontario, and Alberta and Saskatchewan, actually, and in Quebec, because they, as far as those governments are concerned, the land is theirs, the resources are theirs, and that's what the Sovereignty Bill of Alberta is like. The Saskatchewan Sovereignty Bill that they have is like claim again to resources. And that's premised on the fact that the doctrine of discovery is what they rely on to be able to make that statement. And so again, that's despite what they say, and this is why you see all of the First Nations, and even in the Inuit, or the Métis, objecting and saying that you're not honoring the relationships or the treaties that have been bound in order to frame that relationship that we have. The last thing, again, the National Council, I've already talked about that one. But again, these are fundamental issues that have not been addressed. There's 21 calls to action that have been stalled. These ones, again, it's the fundamental ones, like child welfare, education, language and culture, enact an Indigenous Language Act. They did. The federal government enacted an Indigenous Language Act. It was over the objections of the Inuit, because they didn't incorporate the recommendations that the Inuit, Taprit Kanatami, the governing body for the Inuit in Canada, wanted to see in the Act. They ignored it, they didn't include it. That's 71 and 77. 71, the missing children and burial information. One of the calls to action, 71, has to deal specifically with coroners and vital statistic agencies providing their records to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. A number of them still have not done that. They're still withholding the information. Same with the 77, the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation asking the archives to turn over their records. And this has been one of the issues that have been flagged by the Special Interlocutor for Missing Children and Burial Information when she made her final report, was documenting these entities are not making the information available. And when you look at just backtrack a little bit to the missing children and burial information and all the ground searches for missing children, it's essential from a First Nations perspective that they identify as closely as they can where those children are. And we'll get into one of the issues that we'll identify in one of the other slides is residential school denialism. Because it's people muddying the water and focusing on show me the body, show me the body. And that's missing the whole point. The whole point is identifying who the children are. And governments are not cooperating when they don't make the records that they have in their possession available to the Indigenous bodies that want to use that information to be able to work with the schools to identify and document who these children are. So now we go on to which ones have been complete. So there's 14 that have been complete. And just to put it into perspective, the CBC has a site called Beyond 94. And they do similar work to what I'm doing. They track the calls to action. They say that there's 17 that have not started. And they say that there's 29 that are projects proposed, not started, but proposed. They're still somewhere, sort of in limbo. So they're actually a bit sterner than Indigenous Watchdog in terms of the way that they rank, how responsive the governments and stakeholders have been in doing things. The ones that are highlighted in 4, they're technically complete. If you look at call to action 41, missing and murdered Indigenous woman, the call to action calls for an inquiry. Okay, they did an inquiry, they checked the box and said, yes, we've done this, we've completed it. That inquiry had 230 recommendations for calls for justice. It's not going to be anywhere near complete until those 230 calls to justice have been dealt with, addressed, and rectified to some degree. Same with commemoration call to action 80, which is about creating a statutory holiday. Okay, the federal government created a statutory holiday. They checked the box, yes, we did this, so they considered it complete. But the reality is that there's 7 provinces that represent 67% of the Indigenous population in Canada that have not created a statutory holiday. They ignore it and they won't do it. It's Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and some of the maritime provinces as well. But that 67% of the Indigenous population don't have the ability to have a statutory holiday the way the rest of Canada does. So, when I look at the site, when you have the calls to action, which is sort of at the granular level, call to actions 1 through 94. So you have specific actions that are ranked for those. Above that, you have something called government commitments. And these government commitments at a macro level, this is what governments are saying at a high level. This is what we are going to do for reconciliation. And then the calls to action, that's where the rubber hits the road, so to speak, right? Because at the top level, they're saying this is what our commitments are. The calls to action are how are they actually delivering on that. And you'll notice that the number one area for both commitments and for problems is treaty relationships and Indigenous rights. So what does that say? I mean, it seems to say that they're not walking the talk. They're saying one thing about treaties, it could be duty to consult, free, prior, and informed consent, or it could be, on the other hand, that they're overriding Indigenous rights. You look at, as an example, probably the most prominent one is the Wet'suwet'en objections to Coastal GasLink. And if you look at that, it was the hereditary chiefs who had legal recognition by the Supreme Court that they were the title holders and the ones responsible for the management of the Wet'suwet'en territory. And when it came to the government of Coastal GasLink, they focused on the chiefs, the elected chiefs, which are Indian Act government organization. I mean, it can get a bit confusing because you have the elected chiefs who manage the reserve, and the reserve itself is a small piece of what the overall territory is. The hereditary chiefs are the ones enacted by Indigenous laws and culture to manage the overall territory and what impacts the territory. It was the hereditary chiefs that objected to it. And the government's response was, so what? They overrode what they wanted to say and just plowed ahead anyway. And this also, the bottom of the screen shows the distribution of Indigenous populations in Canada. And you notice Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Quebec have been highlighted because when it comes to the commitments, like being able to make actual commitments to Indigenous people, Alberta is number 7, Saskatchewan number 9, and Quebec number 11. So they're not exactly indicating through their actions that they're willing to progress solid steps forward to enable reconciliation to happen. And the site, I mean, there's a lot of information to take in, but the site, if you have the opportunity or the time to casually go through the site, you'll be able to find the substantiation for all of this. So this is another way of looking at the government commitments. So you can see that Canada obviously has the most. They represent, they look after 78 of the calls to action are federal. Provinces and territories are a subset of that as well. And so these are the ones, these are just examples of some of the positive things that have been taking place. Like in New Brunswick, the previous Conservative government was thoroughly opposed to the Wolastoqey land claim settlement. The new Liberal government came in and they've gone into negotiation because they wanted to see something positive happen. You've got Mark Carney saying on April 25th that he's committed to reforming child welfare. So it's important that part. The BC has put out a decolonization roadmap about how they're going to decolonize it. And BC has been much further ahead than other provinces. They've set up 15 Indigenous justice courts throughout the province to address issues through a bit more of an Indigenous lens. So they're way ahead of anybody else in the country in terms of those kinds of things. They also, just recently, BC and Canada, recognized Haida Gwaii and transferred full authority and control of 10,000 square kilometers of their territory, saying that they had full control of that. So there is all sorts of positive things that are happening. And just unfortunately, it's sort of dwarfed by some of all the negative stuff that's been happening. In terms of problems, how is the time coming? Doing fine? Okay, so the current problems. Like I just finished saying, BC is the most progressive government in terms of the positive things that they're doing. They also, as you can see, have the most problems with some of the things that they're doing. So you have to wonder what the heck where's the truth in all of this? And that was one of the things I was struggling with this when I was trying to formulate the talk. There were 600 and some odd, there's 6,000 posts in the 28-month period. And so I'm sort of highlighting some of the things just to give a sense. But if you really want to get a better understanding, actually one way to do that is that every month, within the first week usually, there's a post that gets put out saying what's new in Indigenous Watchdog. And that post identifies all of the posts that have gone into the site, and there's roughly between 220 to 250 every month that go into the site. But it's all sorted out on that post. This is what's new in government commitments. This is what's new in child welfare. This is what's new in the call to action 1 through 94. Just what's happened in that month. So you can see at a snapshot, in a 10-minute read, you've got an insight into what's happening and where the problems are, because it also has current problems. So everything that goes on the site is sorted out, published at the beginning of every month, so everyone has an opportunity. I mean, that's where you'll get, I think, some of this better insight, I guess, into what these slides are indicating. So this slide is just, it's designed for one thing, and that's really just to show the gap between the positive things that are happening and the negative things that are happening. And you can see just the red is the negative, the gold is the positive. And you can see just at a glance that of all of these 6,000 and some odd posts, 29% were positive, 71% were negative. And so I've asked myself sometimes, why is that? And it could be that just a media bias, that it's easy to report bad stuff that's going on rather than good stuff. It could be just the governments haven't been as free in promoting some of the things that they're doing, some of the positive stuff, because there just is not the same depth, well, not depth, depth of information in terms of what different stakeholders are doing that is positive. So when you look at the calls to action, these are the themes that have the most activity. So of all of the stuff that's happening in the last 18 months, health is number 1. Justice is number 2. Environment number 3. Education, housing, treaties and land claims. These are of all of the themes, of those 30 themes, these are the ones that have most of the activity, where you see most of the action taking place. In health, I think if you look at 3 of these things, I'll look at health, environment, and housing. If you look at all 3 of those, I mean, those have been issues within Indigenous worlds for decades. But all 3 of those, if you think about it, are now mainstream. These are mainstream issues that have rippled through, and I think that they're impacting, because you look at housing, has been a problem for decades within Indigenous communities, especially in the north and on reserves. It's just been a problem. But it's also a problem for mainstream society now. So there's much more reporting, there's much more resources, there's much more focus on housing. And so it's moved up, it's displacing some of the other things that are happening, some of the more core issues. Environment, climate change is now top of mind for a lot of people. And so you see a lot of the reporting that is now out, and because First Nations and Inuit are impacted more directly and immediately by impacts from climate change and from industry, there's much more reporting and much more visibility into it. What was the other one? Yeah, one thing was a bit of an anomaly, was the business of reconciliation, which, I mean, if you look at the call to action, it's about businesses using United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Rights as a framework to how they would relate with Indigenous communities where they're doing work. Because there's a lot of, not just mining, but like the banks, they all have presences in the Indigenous communities. But the big thing is that instead of responding to the call to action, there's much more focus on economic reconciliation. It's more around, I get a kick out of Ontario saying that they're going to create a loan program to allow Indigenous people to buy money so they can get capital equity to infrastructure projects. I mean, to me, it's like someone going into someone's house and saying, I'm going to loan you money so you can buy the furniture in your house. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, because there should be, in my view, there should be a royalty payment that goes to Indigenous people whose resources are in the land that they live on. It's their territory. You want to take resources out, pay them a royalty. Simple. And if you look at the Royal Superior Huron settlement, $10 billion is what they were given by the Supreme Court of Canada in payment for Canada and Ontario not honoring the treaty that was signed over 100 years ago, where they limited the fee that each individual got was $4.50, I believe it is. And this was an annuity fee that was supposed to go up every year as the wealth increased going out of the territory. Ontario and Canada didn't bother until it went to court. And they actually got reprimanded, both governments of Ontario and Canada, by the Supreme Court, that was an abominable, atrocious way to honor a treaty by not paying people at what you said you were going to pay them. Anyway, got a bit sidetracked there. So which calls to action had the most activity? These were the ones of all of the positives, all the stuff. It's number 18, which is health. And this health has to do with this one, it's the call to action is recognize and implement the healthcare rights. And so this is really any sort of positive government programs in terms of improving the health outcomes. And one of the reasons I think that it's been up is because some of the issues, like well, you look at the pandemic, there was a lot of focus on the pandemic, and First Nations across the country had the highest death outcomes as a result of the pandemic, just as it was with H1N1 before. So it seems like whenever there's a health issue like a pandemic, it's the First Nations in the country that really are the ones that get hit the hardest. So now, post-pandemic, you now have an opioid crisis, and you have the mental health issues, and all of mainstream health is focused on mental health and addictions, right? So it's a spin-off. They're both being covered. 41, the public inquiry into MMIWG. If you look at the site, there's basically three categories that account for the activity. One is the government commitments to missing and murdered Indigenous women. So there's different programs, there's different funding, different things got designed specifically for that. There's also a section on gender-based violence. So all of the provinces have gender-based violence programs, as the federal government does, which is not specific to Indigenous, but they all have an Indigenous subset of it. And then the targeted Indigenous groups, and that could be mainly the MMI, missing and murdered Indigenous women. So this is, as you can see, these are all the ones that had the most activity across the country. Now we'll go on to the problems. There were 4,403 problems. As you can see again, BC led the way after Canada. And the main themes were justice, and that's primarily because of all of you look at systemic racism, has been a big problem, but this gives you an idea in terms of where they're located. This is a snapshot of each of those themes. These are sort of the sub-themes. So within justice, it gives you the ranking of how they ranked on the site. Under the environment-specific industry issues, shows you just 31% of the calls were specific industries, named industry, whether it's whether it could be an oil company or a mining company, different things like that. So this gives you a sense of what all that is all about. Now this this is non-government. This is the only non-government slide that's in this. And last year, one of the things that Indigenous Watchdog did a scan and survey of all of the faculties of social work, faculties of schools of nursing, the law societies, the faculties of law and schools of journalism, to see how well are they complying with the call to action for a mandatory course on a number of different components, including Indigenous laws, Indigenous health, UNDRIP, Aboriginal rights and treaties. And this gives you the results, how many were approached, how many responded, and what the course compliance is. So you can see the only ones, the law societies is in progress. The law has done better than everybody else, for the most part. But you can see there were 196 approached, 137 responded. So there's 137 pretty detailed documents on the site that give a detailed response of how are the universities responding to this call to action, how are they responding as well to reconciliation, and it gives I think, good insight in terms of what the education community is doing to try to move the needle. But when you see The course compliance, 44% in nursing, 57% law societies, 29% journalism, 75% social work. I mean, Murray Sinclair said, if education got us into this mess, education will get us out. Based on this, I'd say the education's got a long way to go to be able to move that forward. And I just wanted to close with one final slide that shows this is stuff that's been happening this month. And a lot of it has to do with what I've already talked about, Bill 5 in Ontario, Bill 45 in BC, about Alberta, the sovereignty referendum. So this is all stuff that's happening this month to give an indication of what's still going on. And I just wanted to close with one. If you look at the logo of Indigenous Watchdog, there's 4 images. It's the images for the First Nations, for the Métis, for the Inuit, and you'll notice that the Canada maple leaf is at the bottom. I mean, that's the foundation, that's where reconciliation has to come from, and it has to go up. They have to be able to lift up and remove the barriers that are getting in the way of advancing reconciliation to those 3 groups. I know I've talked about a lot of different negative things that have been happening across a wide range of issues. That being said, there is a lot of positive things that are happening. I mean, in all jurisdictions, they're all doing something. Just that the challenge is how do you eliminate the problems in child welfare, in justice, in health, in language and culture, in education. I mean, that's what's going to move the needle in terms of reconciliation and advancing it to a place where it actually becomes a success. And hopefully you've had some insight as a result of this presentation in terms of what some of those challenges are. And hopefully some people will be empowered to be able to go to the site and to be able to navigate through it and find particular areas within your own work or whatever the field happens to be able to help craft the solutions that can move that needle forward and ultimately make reconciliation a success. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. That was amazing. And I think we need some time because our heads are whirling. So we'll take, we're actually back on time within 2 minutes. Could we try for 15 minutes instead of 20 for our break now? And then we'll hear from Douglas Sanderson, who I hope is hiding at the back, but I can't see that far, so I'm sure he'll be here in time at any rate. And I hope he brings his family with him, as he usually does. So 15 minutes from now, I'll be back up here to gather you again.
just going to...
Thanks so much. I'm Douglas Sanderson.
Oh, hi, nice to meet you.
Really nice to meet you. Thanks so much for agreeing to go first. I was out in Hamilton this morning and trying to get back in time, so I really appreciate
You live in Hamilton?
Pardon me?
You live in Hamilton?
No, I was doing a talk out there this morning at the
okay.
McMaster University, so it turned out to be like a weird double book day, so yeah, it's, and then there's no GO service, like there's no GO trains running.
Today?
Yeah, they're doing work from Oakville past, so yeah, I had to go.
That's happened a few times.
Yeah, I think it's pretty regular actually, but anyway, I found that very, very informative. Thanks so much for all of that. How's the crowd? They seem really good. It seems like it's big.
It's
good. It's a good
I
turnout.
think they had a pretty good turnout.
Okay.
Yeah. And just,
Where are you from?
I actually live in Hamilton.
Oh, you do live in Hamilton. Okay. All right. Well, you've got a long drive back.
Well, we used to live in Toronto for 47 years.
Okay. All
But
right.
our daughter and their 2 kids moved out to Hamilton.
Okay. Yeah, my daughter was doing her undergraduate degree. But then it turns out my son is going to do his undergraduate.
Okay, I'm going to call you to order. Douglas? I'm going to introduce you.
Okay, I'll sit quietly.
Okay, we're back. I'm sorry so much for 15 minutes. At the next break, there will only be tea and berries, which you can pick with your fingers. The idea was that I was going to have strawberries, which is more appropriate, but it's not the season. They appropriately, Ontario ones will be here in July, I gather. But with the weather the way it is, my God, it might be September. Our next speaker is Douglas Sanderson, who is the visiting Indigenous Scholar at the Redeemer. I've lost count. Maybe I'm hoping he has, and it might be his last year, but it might not. Douglas is the co-author of a book called Birdtail Valley of the Birdtail. It is a fantastic book. I try to focus because as one gets older, there's not as much room in there, Ontario. But this book is about a town next to a reserve in Manitoba. And it is brilliant. It took 5 years of research and heaven knows how long to write. It's won all kinds of awards, academic awards, and I highly recommend it. I was hoping he'd bring some to hawk to us, but did you? Oh. Okay, well, you can buy it online. Good Minds is the Indigenous bookstore, the Goodminds, all one word.com. That's where you buy in any Indigenous books, Indigenous topics, Indigenous writers. They're wonderful. They're in Brantford, and it's not far away, so you get your books darn quickly if they're in stock. Douglas belongs to the Opaskwayak First Nation in Manitoba, and he teaches at my old school, the law school over here across the street. He's highly regarded academically. He's a wonderful person. And I ask you all to listen carefully and welcome him.
Hey, everybody. Whoa, that's loud. All right. Whew. I'll try and talk just at a normal level. Thanks so much for having me this morning. I'm sorry that I was a little late. I was in Hamilton this morning doing a talk on my book with a bunch of high school teachers, so that was really good news. And my co-author, Andrew Stobo-Snyderman, was supposed to join me in Hamilton, but he is a PhD student at Harvard University, and so he was not really sure he would actually be able to get back home if he joined us. So he was able to Zoom in, though, so that was nice, but, trouble in America is not far away. Thanks again for having me. My talk today is called Reconciliation is Nice, but What Happened to Justice? Nitikini-san Amo-Banashi, Amisknidodem. My Cree name is Amo-Banashi. It means hummingbird. My daughter made me this. And I'm from the Beaver clan of the Opaskwayak Cree Nation. So as we heard already today, it's been nearly a decade since Canada's Royal Commission on Truth and Reconciliation issued their calls to action. And as we've heard, some progress in some places has been made. But what counts as progress? Consider the institution at which I have served for nearly 20 years, the University of Toronto's Faculty of Law. Call to action number 28 was directed at law schools and says, "We call upon law schools in Canada to require all law students to take a course in Aboriginal people and the law, which includes the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law and Aboriginal Crown relations. This will require skills-based training in intercultural competency, conflict resolution, human rights, and anti-racism." So my faculty just down the road over there began in 2022 to require students to take a mandatory course in the first year of law school. There's a course that teaches about residential schools, the UN Declaration, treaties, Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, Aboriginal Crown relations. Now, you may be surprised to hear that ever since 2015, even for years and years before then, we taught in our first-year law program the history and legacy of residential schools, treaties, Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal and Crown relations. What we didn't do is teach all of that material in a single course. And Call to Action 28 is clear. Students must take a course that covers a checklist of materials. Merely covering all of those same topics spread out over other mandatory first-year courses was not technically in compliance with Call to Action 28. And I should say at the outset that for my part, I vigorously opposed a mandatory course in Aboriginal law. My belief was, and still is, that as long as we covered the required material, it didn't matter that we did it in a single course. And what's more, I believe that by not having a mandatory course, we were signaling to my law professor colleagues that it was incumbent upon them to learn the material and work it into their existing course areas. And that's what happened. Professors, young and old, took the TRC mandate to heart and started teaching Aboriginal and Indigenous law in basically every course that we taught at the Faculty of Law. We had to. It was incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we covered, at the very least, the required content of Call to Action 28. But then, over a series of committee meetings, my view was forced off the table. And indeed, it was actually Aboriginal students themselves who insisted on a single mandatory course, rejecting outright my view and the view of my co-chair that a holistic approach was to be preferred to a course in isolation. I was so upset by this, I actually offered my resignation as co-chair, and so did my co-chair, Mayo Moran, but our boss, the Dean of Law, instead asked that we carry on to implement the single course approach as demanded by our students and as set out in the stark language of Call to Action 28. So within 18 months, we had recruited the great Anishinaabe law scholar John Boros to join our faculty, and the mandatory course got underway. So problem solved. If anyone asks, has the U of T implemented Call to Action 28? We say, yes, absolutely. Mandatory course in the first-year program taught by the foremost scholar of Indigenous and Aboriginal law in the country. Tick, tick. Problem solved. But was that really the problem? I have been lucky enough in my life to know Senator and TRC Commissioner Justice Murray Sinclair. And over the years of his service in preparing the TRC report, I saw him age. I saw his physical strength wane, his health slip. I saw what happens to a person who sits and quietly listens to generations of residential school survivors talk about trauma, intergenerational trauma, violence, sexual violence, lateral violence, dark narratives of rape, even murder. And I watched a man, a great man, as he found himself armed only with patience, thoughtfulness, and a drum to take to the task of writing a national tragedy stretching from sea to sea to sea and across the generations. Now, when I looked at Call to Action 28, I thought, yeah, we should definitely teach that stuff. But is that what Murray Sinclair offered himself up for? Was all that pain and hurt and sorrow, all of that gathered up by one man, was all of that so that my students can tell you about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and how the majority of the Supreme Court decided an Aboriginal rights case from 1998? Was that what it was really about? I don't think so. I believed that Senator, Commissioner, and Justice Murray Sinclair was calling for a revolution. He was calling us to change what law school looked like, so that Aboriginal students saw themselves and their cultures affirmed in the art that hung on the walls, so that non-Aboriginal students would be exposed to and normalize the sound of the drum in ceremony, and the smell of sage and sweetgrass in the classroom, that each and every professor in the Faculty of Law would embrace the challenge of teaching Aboriginal, Indigenous law and history in each of their respective course areas. All of that well beyond Call to Action 28. I believe that's what the Truth and Reconciliation had to be about. That was a goal for which Murray Sinclair might willingly sacrifice. But instead, we ticked the box. And one by one, my professorial colleagues stopped teaching, stopped learning about Aboriginal and Indigenous law and history, because they reasoned that all of that was now covered somewhere else in a mandatory course. We had, after all, ticked the box. And now, a few years later, as I reflect on that experience, I think about all the other institutions out there. The unions, the K-12 teachers, the government departments and police forces, the hospitals, the churches, city halls. Are they all ticking the boxes? In ticking the boxes, we lost an opportunity to interrogate for ourselves, each of us, in our own institutions. We lost the opportunity to reflect on reconciliation, to ask, what does reconciliation mean? And decide for ourselves how each of us would engage in that process. Instead, we gained the satisfaction of a box well ticked, a job well done, and the chance to look around and ask, why has nothing changed? Reconciliation is, as I have said, a noun and not a verb, and this means that you cannot actually do reconciliation any more than you can do potato. As a noun, reconciliation describes an end state, a vague description of future outcome, a reconciliation. But it's a reconciliation without addressing the heart and the root of the problem. I mean, let's face facts. The relationship between Aboriginal and settler citizens is not based in justice. It is not a just relationship. And we don't really need a detailed recitation of the facts on the ground. Canada's Aboriginal people are overrepresented in the justice system, particularly in our prison system. Aboriginal people are on the whole poorer and less educated, exposed to more violence, lack access to appropriate health care, attend underfunded schools, and deal with child welfare systems that, via the foster home system, has recreated the intergenerational trauma of the residential school system by forcibly seizing children such that today there are more Indian children in foster care than there ever were in residential schools. At the same time, Aboriginal people are, when compared to their settler neighbors, underrepresented in government and academia and the administration of justice, the lawyers, the police, the judges, the courts, and also in medicine and the corporate boardrooms. And from this, really only two conclusions can flow. Either Aboriginal people are stupid and lazy and addicted because of a genetic predisposition to poverty, or the system is broken. And Aboriginal people are victims of a system that is unjust in its distribution of wealth, authority, and access to power. Reconciliation is fine, but I want to talk about justice. Because without justice, reconciliation will only achieve the box ticking, not a just relationship. So let's go back to first principles and begin by answering a basic question. What is justice? Now, philosophers think about justice as comprising two distinct spheres: corrective justice, which addresses wrongs resulting from unfair transactions, and distributive justice, which deals with wrongs resulting from unfair allocations. And some examples will help clarify this distinction. Imagine my friend Adam wrongly steals Benita's lunch. Benita stores her lunch in the break room fridge in the morning, and before she returns for lunch, Adam comes in, decides he's hungry, sees Benita's lunch, helps himself. That's an example of injustice of the corrective kind. At its core, corrective justice addresses transactions, and here the transaction is Adam wrongly taking Benita's lunch and eating it. Adam is on this model of corrective justice one lunch up, while Benita is left one lunch short. So that's basically corrective justice. Some action or transaction wrongly benefits one party to the detriment of another. A simpler way even of thinking about this is to say that corrective justice aims to put people back into the position they would have been in had there been no injustice. If Adam pays Benita for the lunch he ate, then corrective justice says all is well. Everyone is back in the position they would have been in had the injustice not occurred. Now, distributive justice is different. Distributive wrongs occur when there's an unfairness in the allocation of things or resources. Now, imagine that Adam and Benita's boss, Connor, sees continuing fighting over lunches. Imagine that it's not just Adam and Benita, but there's a whole office staff of 20 people, and in the morning, some people put lunches in the fridge, and other people take lunches that don't belong to them and eat them. And since this is happening all the time, and since Connor is tired of trying to figure out who ate whose lunch, Connor decides to ban bringing lunch to work. The old system was unworkable. Connor announces, from now on, every member of the staff will contribute $4 a day to a pool, and Connor will take that money, buy food, and then at lunch hour, distribute a lunch to every member of the staff. At noon, each employee is handed a brown paper bag containing a sandwich and a bottle of water. But now imagine that the shortest members of the staff get 2 sandwiches, while everyone else gets just 1. Pretty soon, all but the shortest staff members are complaining to Connor, it's not fair. We all pay $4. We should all get the same number of sandwiches. Fairness in this context means that because everyone contributes the same amount, everyone should get the same distribution. And that's basically distributive justice. There's some thing to be apportioned for Connor, that's lunches, and some measure of determining how much each person gets. Everyone contributes the same, everyone should receive the same lunch. Once that distribution goes astray, once contributions no longer determine what you get, once some other factor has been introduced, say Connor's belief that short people just need more nutrition, then we have an unfair distribution. And to redress this wrong, to make the distribution right, we just need to allocate lunches in accordance with our measure of distribution. Everyone gets the same amount because everyone made the same contribution. So justice, in the abstract at least, is achieved by either addressing wrongs between the parties so that everyone's back into the position they would have been in, or when everything is distributed fairly. Thinking about injustice around lunches is relatively easy, but thinking about injustice in the relationship between Aboriginal and settler peoples is, of course, much more complicated. But I think that the way we think about the injustices suffered by First Nations can be made clearer once we figure out how to put our finger on what exactly the wrong is. What exactly are we trying to fix? And there is, I think, a general consensus that when we turn our minds to the relationship between First Nations and their settler neighbors, the wrong is easily made out. Settler government stole Indian land and redistributed that land to itself in the form of crown land, but also to non-Indian citizens and corporations. And to right that injustice, those lands need to be returned. A pretty straightforward case of corrective justice. So to make good this relationship, all that needs to happen is that the wrongdoer simply returns what was appropriated. And this view is aptly summarized in the catchy phrase, land back. Land was taken, land must be returned. Easy. But wait. What if we thought about an actual place, like, say, Toronto? Then I think we get a pretty rapid sense of why this is not so easy. Let's say, for the sake of simplicity, that the lands comprising the city of Toronto came into settler hands as a result of broken treaty promises, and indeed they had. Let's imagine the facts are perfectly clear, and they are. What do we do now? I think all of us living in Toronto, would be surprised to wake up to notices on our door announcing that to remedy a historic injustice, each of us needs to move on because this land is being returned to the Mississaugas of New Credit, who were the signatories of the Toronto Purchase and who were the victims of failed promises and broken treaties. Can millions of present-day Torontonians be made to leave their homes and neighborhoods to right a wrong committed by other people more than 150 years ago? Now, some Mississaugas of the New Credit members might well think, yeah, get off my land. But would a court ever make that order? Would any political party ever legislate that result? Absolutely not. So does this leave us with a wrong that we cannot in the present day remedy? Are we just stuck, foisted with the fact of wrongdoing and no way to make it right? We have been talking about the problem characterizing Aboriginal settler relations as though the problem was land that was taken. And so land is the thing that has to be returned. And that thinking has led us to this intractable problem of present-day Torontonians being ejected from their homes to atone for wrongs they themselves never committed. So let's step back again, try starting again from first principles. Now, property has certain characteristics, and no matter whether we're talking about cars or pencils or preferred share stocks, art or land, no matter what kind of property we are talking about, the central and most essential right of a property owner is the right to exclude others. It's hard to say you own a car if other people keep taking it on road trips without your permission. In other words, to have property is to have the right to exclude others from that property. And therein, I think, is the core of our problem. So long as we think about land as property, then giving land back to Indian people is giving Indian people the right to exclude others, because that's just what it is to have property in land. So it makes sense that when we talk about giving back the land, we invariably start thinking about how the current residents are going to have to leave. And this is, of course, a real problem. It's a problem for the 3 million people in Toronto who are aggrieved about being made to pay a price for something their ancestors did. And it's a problem for Indians because the hard reality is that no government is going to legislate an outcome that dislocates 3 million people. And no court will make an order to do so either. So we're stuck. Again. One way out of this mess is to reconsider our central claim that land was wrongly taken from Indigenous nations. If that's the wrong, then the only way forward is just to give the land back. And we've just agreed that that's a very unlikely outcome. So what if instead of thinking that land was taken, and so land must be returned, what if instead we imagined that what was wrongly taken from Indian nations was their right and capacity to live a good life as Indian peoples? Let me give you an example to more clearly make my point. Imagine that there is a farmer. Let's call him Farmer McLeod. And Farmer McLeod owns a farm that he inherited from his father, as did his father before him. Father McLeod's farm has fences and outbuildings and a big house, and he's connected to infrastructure like electricity and water. His kids attend the local school, and his wife, Mrs. McLeod, she works part-time in the town library, and they're members of the local grain cooperative. In short, the McLeods, like so many other landowners, are literally hooked into electrical and other infrastructure and embedded in a web of human and non-human relations. So now let's imagine that one day a bus arrives on the McLeod farm, and out steps Ottawa Bob, a senior civil servant from Ottawa. Bob explains that they're going to be doing some work, and the McLeods need to get on this bus, but they'll be returned tomorrow. And the McLeods comply. They get on the bus. Bus drives around, returns the next morning. Bus arrives back on the land of the McLeod family farm. But the land is empty now, completely empty. And as the McLeods step off the bus and the road itself just fade away into nothing. The McLeods look around and there's nothing there. No house, no fence, no town, no library, no grain co-op, no gas station, no roads, no cell towers, no electricity. It's all gone, scrubbed from the earth. Can we at this point look at the McLeods and say, what are you crying about? You've got your land back, it's right there. Can we say that? I don't think we can. I think the McLeods have a lot to cry about. I think what they had taken from them wasn't land. What was taken was their ability to live the good lives that they valued and once lived as farmers. There is an American philosopher named Jonathan Lear. And one day he found himself reading the biography of the Crow chief Plenty-Coup. Plenty-Coup regaled his biographer with amazing stories of adventure and war, leadership, sorrow and loss, love and fulfillment as a chief, as a warrior, as a Crow man. I should say, just as an aside, in Crow warrior society, the warriors carried these long sticks. It was known as a coup stick. And the highest honor that you could earn as a warrior in Crow society was not to kill your enemy, but to get close enough to them to strike them with the coup stick. That was called counting coup. Another way you could do it is, in battle, you could jam the coup stick into the ground, which was your signal to your enemy that this far and no further. The coup stick is a highly symbolic part of Crow life. So there Plenty-Coup is. He's telling stories about his coup stick, his many, many victories in war. But when it came to the biographer's questions about Plenty-Coup's life after he left his nation and they were moved onto a reservation, Plenty-Coup said, "You know that part of my story as well as anyone. You tell what happened." And the biographer did know about Plenty-Coup's life after moving to the reservation. There, while living on the reserve, Plenty-Coup had grandchildren whom he deeply loved, and Plenty-Coup became not just a farmer, but a prize-winning farmer. In 1932, Plenty-Coup represented Indian nations at the dedication for the tomb of the unknown soldier in Arlington, Virginia. And while there, as the only Aboriginal representative, Plenty-Coup gave a speech in the Crow language to honor the unknown soldier, and then laid on the casket his war bonnet and coup stick. And they remain there to this day. But Plenty-Coup wouldn't talk about any of this, wouldn't talk about any part of his life after they moved to the reservation. And the biographer persisted again and again. You know, we just sort of assume that people have a preeminence about their own story. Plenty-Coup should be the one who tells his story about his life on the reserve. And one day, after a long pause, after being asked again and again to tell about his life on the reserve, Plenty-Coup said, "After we were moved to the reservation, our hearts fell to the ground, and we could not pick them up again. After that, nothing happened. Our hearts fell to the ground, and we could not pick them up again, and after that, nothing happened." Plenty-Coup's whole world was taken from him when he was moved to a reservation. Everything that gave his life meaning, everything that made it possible for him to live a good life as a Crow Nation chief, all of that was taken from him. Plenty-Coup and the McLeods, they should probably talk. They have a lot in common. So I think it makes sense to think about what Indian nations lost wasn't land, though land is part of the package. I was giving a talk similar to this at the university a few weeks ago, and I was saying, it's not about the land, it's not about the land. And then my colleague Susan Hill got up and said, except that sometimes it is about the land. And, and I think what she meant was, when I'm talking about the land, I'm talking about the control over the land. But she's talking about the physical presence of Indigenous peoples on the land. So I try and bear in mind that sometimes it is about the land. So a truer measure of the loss suffered by Indigenous nations includes losing the ability to live a good life in a particularly Indigenous kind of way. What does that mean? Well, for Farmer McLeod, institutions like local governance and public schools and roads and a market for grain, these are the things that make it possible for the McLeods to live good lives as farmers in a modern Canadian state. Now, for people indigenous to these lands, I think that the kinds of institutions that support that conception of the good life might include things like thinking about Indian families in terms of clan identity instead of as nuclear families. It would include the cultural capacity to speak our own languages. It would include access to traditional foods and medicines, and education and governance systems that make these institutions possible. The philosopher John Rawls advanced a vision of political liberalism around which much of contemporary political philosophy is based. And one of the key points that Rawls makes is that the distribution of goods and resources in a society has to include institutions that positively affirm our distinctive conception of what it is to live a good life. Because we believe that healthcare is a universal human right, everyone gets access to healthcare. Because we believe that university admissions should be based on accepting those with the best chances of succeeding, we have a merit-based admission system. Institutions like healthcare and universities are institutions that reflect and affirm positively the shared values of a modern liberal state like Canada. Now, let me gather together some of the threads here. Canada committed an injustice against First Nations people. The government took from them, from Indigenous peoples, the capacity to live lives that mattered to Indigenous people as Indigenous people. And to right that wrong, Canada must help to rebuild and affirm institutions that affirm a First Nations conception of what it is to live a good life. That might mean schools in First Nations communities with lots of learning on the land. An appreciation for traditional medicine and their integration with that of settler hospital systems. And maybe a child welfare system that was centered on clan identity rather than on nuclear families. Now, we might also think about this injustice a second way. We might think about it from the position of distributive justice. We might stipulate, we might say, like, let's just imagine that no injustice ever happened. Or maybe we'll say, how can we think about justice without regard to past wrongs? Because it's too messy to sort those out. And so we would ask, what would be a fair distribution of institutions that affirm the identities of Canada's three founding nations? I think it's reasonable to say that in English Canada, the institutions that affirm English Canadian values abound. They're all around us. Within that, there's room for immigrant values that align quite broadly with English norms. So for example, we might ask, is there room for cultures that believe families should live intergenerationally rather than family residence consisting of just parents and children or no children at all? And so, yes, the norms of English Canada can accommodate intergenerational families through the construction of larger homes. And we might ask the Québécois, does the current structure of Canada accommodate French-Canadian cultural values? And I think, broadly speaking, the answer is yes. The Québécois value their distinctive language and culture, and Quebec has a variety of tools to protect this distinct Québécois society. But what of First Nations? Does the current Canadian justice or child welfare system positively affirm the values of Indigenous peoples? Do public schools affirm a vibrant place for Aboriginal histories and cultures? Does the current distribution of lands and resources make it possible for Aboriginal people to live good and valuable lives pursuing distinctly Indigenous conceptions of the good life? And here the answer is no. The current distribution of resources dedicating to affirming our public and private values skews heavily to English and French Canada, with very little in the way left over for Aboriginal ways of being and doing. The relationship between Aboriginal and settler Canada on the corrective or the distributive justice accounts produce the same diagnoses. Aboriginal people no longer have the resources or political jurisdiction to build and maintain Aboriginal affirming institutions. So how do we remedy that injustice? I think it's important to understand that communities living under the Indian Act, Indian reserves, are self-governing in some ways, but not in the most important way. First Nations governments have little to no powers of taxation and very little land over which to govern. The collective land mass of Indian reserves in Canada, if you added them all up together, put them all together into one, they equate to 0.05% of the nation's land mass. There are 100 times more land in Canada's national parks than there are in all of the Indian reserves put together. So very tiny little splotches of land. Tiny territories combined with no power to raise money from activities on the land means that Indian governments are wholly dependent on transfer payments from the federal government. If you've ever wondered why do reserves lack clean running water or have moldy homes, it's because those communities cannot raise the money to fix those problems. They subsist on federal transfer payments. Imagine if you lived in Toronto but could not raise money to fix potholes or buy library books or pay teacher salaries. That is the condition in which Indian reserve communities live. If you ask for money to fix the water treatment plant and someone says no, it just doesn't happen. First Nation people, if we are serious, are going to need more land over to which to exercise new powers of taxation. Taxing wages, taxing resource extraction, taxing financial institutions within an enlarged territory, and then spending that money on things like teacher salaries and water treatment plants, or new and appropriate housing for community members. Oftentimes, it looks, when we look at the problems with Indigenous communities, there's just so many. Just so many things are broken. It's just like, where do we begin? How do we even do that? And I don't think it's up to us to figure that out. I'm 100% sure that if those communities are sufficiently resourced, they'll build good schools for their children. They'll find a way to fix the water treatment plant. They'll have a decent child welfare system. The problem is not that we haven't figured out how to fix those things. It's that we haven't figured out how to adequately resource those communities. Now, in a way, we're just kind of back at the land back problem, though. Remember, the problem with focusing on land taken from Indian nations is that land is a kind of property, and property means the right to exclude others. So to return land to Indian nations is to ask everyone else to leave. But this is only a problem if we continue to talk about the problem as one of property. Instead of property, we could think about territory. And the difference between property and territory is that the former means the right to exclude, where territory is just the reach of a government, the physical extent of a government's reach. So think about Northern Ontario. There you'll find 43 communities with no road access to the south. They are fly-in communities only, and they are tiny. And all around them is Crown land, miles and miles and miles of square miles of Crown land. And so, even though there's no sign of provincial government presence, the land is still controlled by civil servants in Toronto. And it's civil servants in Toronto who decide who gets to mine, who gets to extract timber, who gets to build dams and wind farms. And with these projects, the province of Ontario extracts from resource companies the wealth of the North via taxes and stumpage fees and royalties. Stumpage fees alone, money paid Ontario for the privilege of cutting down trees. Stumpage fees amount to almost $1 billion a year of revenue of Ontario's economy each and every year. So what if instead of Ontario, those 43 First Nations got together and created one governing body that could decide who gets to extract what resources and at what cost, with the First Nations themselves receiving the payments? To the extent that there are private landowners in these new First Nation territories, those landowners would keep title to their land. Because again, we're not talking about transferring property. We're just talking about which level of government is the one that controls what happens. So if you were a landowner within one of these newly created Aboriginal territories, the only change to your life would be that you would pay your tax money to a different order of government, and they would arrange your garbage pickup. They would staff your school. But no one has to leave on this model. The mistake is thinking about property, and the right move is to think about territory and a robust third order of government with jurisdiction over territory large enough not merely to sustain First Nations communities, but to see those communities flourish. As long as we think of what was taken from Indian nations was land, then excluding others is the only way to actually effect that remedy. But when we think about what was taken as something more like governing powers and institutions that support Indigenous ways of being, then we don't need to ask anyone to leave. Settler residents of newly First Nations governed territory would not have to give up their land. Instead, they would pay their property and maybe some of their income tax to local First Nations governments that would maintain the roads and the schools and pick up the garbage and do all the other mundane things that make up the background work of modern governments. Reconciliation is fine. It's maybe even a necessary step to achieving broader goals. But for me, that end goal is justice. It must be. And to get there, we need to do more than reconcile. We need to begin talking about fundamental structural changes and a fair distribution of wealth and political power in a Canada that is committed to justice for Aboriginal peoples. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Pam.
Are you staying?
Yeah, I can stay for a little.
That's why we have 3 chairs.
Okay, sure, yeah, we can stay, yeah. Let's do some questions and answers. Let's play Ask an Indian. I'll be the Indian.
The plan of the organizers, all colonials, was that at the after the break, Rosalind would take control, and everyone would sit there. So we were thinking of having a break before we did this, if that's okay, or do you want to keep going? All righty, let's keep going. Let me hold on a minute. Okay. Thank you, Douglas. That was wonderful, as always. This is being broadcast live on YouTube, and will be available on www.theredeemer.ca probably by next week. And it will also be in the weekly Indigenous News Digest. A sample of the event pages from this week's Wind are at the back. It's published every second week, and what we're going to do is send out the next Wind, which will be filled with Indigenous Month's activities. And if you want to, write me back, and we'll put you on the permanent mailing list. Rosalind Gunnyakdan. Is that close enough? I don't know why. This is terrible. I speak languages, but this, I have to hear it, I guess. At any rate, Rosalind Elm is the Director of Indigenous Ministries for the Anglican Church of Canada. She's held many positions. Please, with all 3 speakers, feel free to Google. I'm not up here to tell you all about them. Rosalind is going to make some comments, and then she's going to take the 2 Douglases and sit over here and have a conversation and answer questions. We have mics. Please use the mics. That's not only for the speakers, but also for Morgan at the back and the YouTube audience. So Rosalind, thank you so much for coming.
Is this on? Do I have to? Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Good. Instead of me summarizing before, I'm going to ask Doug to come up to answer questions before a summary when we close out for the song. Okay. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you again, Pamela. And don't worry about that. About like I said, that's not my thing. It's not my bag to we talk about titles and whatnot, but my name, Gun Luck Dun, it's hard to say, but I think of this, Gun Luck Dun, right? Gun Luck Dun. That's okay. I just want to say before we begin with the question, with the question and answer period, if you have any questions as well about the Indigenous ministries of the Anglican Church of Canada and how we are addressing some of these issues as well, please feel free to ask those questions, and then we'll close out at the end. I don't want to miss any salient points that I want to say that Doug's, that's probably so inappropriate to say that, but for Indigenous Watchdog provided us with so many salient points of data collection in Truth and Reconciliation. I have used that site so many times in my work. You will use that site as well. Please, I don't want to miss any of those points. I also don't want to miss any points of Doug's speech on, oh my gosh, land ownership. And the idea of real estate and conveyancing law, just kind of closing in our imaginations, our reconciliation imaginations, our justice imaginations. So I don't want to miss any of that as well. So we're going to ask questions. So please, questions.
First question is
Okay. You notice that when I did my opening, I had my trusty little cast iron frying pan, eh? And remember I said that part of my training was we'd have that shell, but instead I substituted with that pan to represent treaties. A little dip there. In my early training, my educational training, I studied as an accountant. So when I hear Douglas here, junior, you're senior, because you're older, you talk about justice and about land back, and you made it very simplified. But then what happens when land is taken and that infrastructure that was there, meaning, which they call now traditional land, so what happens is that's like creating income. So I heard what you were saying about the family being removed on a bus and then they come back and the land is totally empty. Mm-hmm. And I heard you talk about the chief losing not the land, but the responsibility, where they had to put the bonnet back and the stick. My question is, from an accounting financial perspective on justice, on losing land and the repercussions that you have this land and then the loss of income, that good way of life, and how does that project into what you were sharing?
Sure. Thanks so much.
On justice.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much. So I think the story of Farmer John or Farmer McLeod rather, is sort of designed just to sort of help focus on thinking through like what it is that we're really talking about here. And we say that it's land, but it's not really the land. It's not really like the property of the land. It's really about who gets to decide what happens on the land, right? And so I think when land was taken from Indigenous peoples, right, like what we really lost there was not just access to the land, but all of the capacities that the land provided our people, right? All of the wealth that goes along with it. And so I think that when we think about land as property, we run into this problem of what do we do with people who are already there? What do we do with settlers who are already there? And, it's satisfying to say, well, we kick them off. But there's a political reality to thinking about these problems, and I think it's important for us to be able to find a way to think about these issues that is satisfying to us in that it achieves some result of justice, but is also sensitive to the current present-day realities. And so that's why I would like us to try and focus not on land as a place that you can go, but rather of land as a place over which you get to determine what happens. And with that model in mind, I think it's easier to think about what do we do with our settler neighbors, right? How do we respect the entitlements that they have earned and deserved? It's true that I think settlers all across the country are enriched by past transactions. And so, that's just to say that I think all across the country, we have to realize that, this isn't going to be free, right? That there actually will be a cost, and that cost will be imposed in the price of higher taxes. I think that's just, the pie is only so big, and we have to make it bigger if we want to cut bigger pieces. So I think that justice, thinking about these things from a justice perspective rather than just from a property perspective, allows us the analytical tools to think about solutions that are otherwise sort of not available to us. And so when First Nations people have the governing authority over lands, they also would have the governing authority over what gets extracted from the lands and at what price. And also be able to actually articulate and do something about the duties that they owe to the land. And I think that's really part of the major loss of Indigenous peoples not being present on the land. It's not just a loss to them, it's a loss to the land itself, right? Like, I think that Indigenous nations understand that there's not like an environment, there's just a world, and it's all interconnected. And we as human beings, I think most Indigenous peoples would agree with the notion that we are not like the other animal and plant beings. There is something different about us. We have the capacity to reason. We have the ability to see history. We have the ability to think way into the future. And with that comes a certain responsibility. Responsibility to the land, to take care of it in ways that the other animal beings can't do. And so I think that it's not just, the wealth that comes into the communities, it's the way the communities flow that wealth out back onto the land. That is something that is missing, and something that is becoming increasingly urgent in this time of rapid climate change, that rethinking about those responsibilities and allowing the people who know how to work on that land to provide them the capacity to do that again. It is, in the end, in all of our best interests, because we all drink the same water, we all breathe the same air, and so returning the authority to do good things on the land will actually pay off for all of us, I think.
Oh, no, I'm choking. Hi, Douglas. I'm not sure I have this right, but didn't Mark Carney say he was going to build an oil pipeline across the north? And if so, what are the odds of that happening? He can't take forever doing that, right? And there's a few people in the way, and land claims, et cetera, and a lot of lawyers. So what is your understanding of the status quo of that whole development of the north?
So I'm not familiar with the plan. I don't think there is a plan yet. There's probably an idea about a plan. So it's been my experience that Indian nations say no to things because they're not really able to say yes in important ways. And that is that in not giving Indians a veto over things that happens in their territory, of course means they're going to say no. Right? They're going to not want that development. I think that once Indigenous people are in a position where they can say yes or no, they will say yes because their communities can benefit from some of those projects. And I think it is also the case that in many instances, people are worried about the environmental impacts of a badly laid pipeline route. And so I think paying attention to how, like, the accommodation part of consultation and accommodation is a really important thing, and we always forget about it. We just talk about the consultation part. But I think Indigenous peoples in many communities are interested in development and income from development, but they want to do it safely. Like, they've been living there for 10,000 years, and they want to stay for another 10,000. So they're really the ones best placed to figure out, like, where these things should go and what dangers lurk.
Just a quick, if a pipeline goes through, that's a lot of different nations.
Yeah.
Is there infrastructure, does it exist for them to work together and agree collectively? Because, you know, you can't have a piece of a pipeline. So is that structure in place?
Yeah, I think that structure is available through financial tools that allow First Nations to be part owners of that pipeline facility. And so there are a variety of investment tools that people have been exploring and investing with. I know there's an Enbridge project that's going ahead now in British Columbia that's based on massive First Nations investment. So I think getting First Nations involved, like, so that they're not just losers in these projects, but actually winners, will go a long way to completing these kinds of projects.
Please.
If I understood Professor Sanderson correctly, justice might best be thought of as the regaining of the ability to live according to one's own cultural values, which might not be, for practical reasons, attainable via the land, simply. None of us have any idea how First Nations people would have developed without the external suppression and control that was inflicted on them. And so now, I think you're absolutely right, resources have got to be transferred to peoples to deal with their own affairs as they see fit. So there's got to be a lot of financial considerations, you know, money being the means to everything else. And there has to be self-government. The two things have to go together. Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would, yeah. And I think that actually we're pretty lucky in that I think that in many ways, like, we're already looking at the solutions and we're already engaged in them. So if we think about in British Columbia and the Yukon territories, the modern comprehensive land claim agreement regime, those are basically self-government arrangements that provide communities with a large chunk of land and some money to get you going. And then that sort of cuts the relationship between Ottawa and the First Nation. And that First Nation now has the responsibility to raise money from its land base through things like allowing logging or other resource activities, and then taking that money and then spending it on their citizens. So in many ways, the model that I'm thinking about for the future isn't far off and unknown. It's exactly the kind of thing we're doing already in British Columbia. The problem on the prairies and Ontario is that it's the government's view that, like, we already have a treaty, the number treaty regime, and so all we have to do is the very little bit that the treaty says that we have to do. And so, for example, in my case, my community, the Opaskwayak Cree Nation, we're part of Treaty Number 5. And one of the treaty promises is an annuity of $5 per person. And it's still $5 per person. And the federal and provincial, the federal government, as far as it's concerned, we're living up to the terms of the treaty. So I think what we need as citizens is more of an effort to encourage our governments to remake a treaty regime. After all, treaties were never, prior to Confederation, they really weren't written treaties for the most part, at least not prior to the 18th century. They were agreements about how to live together, right? They were opportunities for annual renewal. They weren't written down. They were relationships themselves. And so I think that we need to infuse our politics with an idea, a modern idea, that treaties aren't the written document from 150 years ago. Treaties are about an ongoing relationship, some of which we may write down, but just because we've written down one set of agreements in the past doesn't mean that should rule us forever. They're not contracts, right? They're more than that. And so we shouldn't be afraid to imbue them with that spirit, although it's been in the financial interests of the federal crown to really, do the very least. In many ways, the irony is that settler governments are really the only ones who are beneficiaries of the treaty regime, and that's something that we could change if we develop the political will to do so.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add to that.
Please.
Just from the Peguis First Nation, to go back to 1905. Treaty 1 was the first treaty that was signed between First Nation in Canada and the federal government. So that was the treaty in 1905, and Peguis was around the Red River Valley, just north of Winnipeg. So very fertile agricultural land that the First Nations had been farming and settling and working for a long, long time. And then in 1905, the treaty, it was, like we said before, a treaty is a legal contract between the Indigenous people and the government at that time. And in 1905, basically that treaty was broken. And so what the government did, they basically took all of the people from Peguis First Nation, moved them 200 miles north of Winnipeg onto a floodplain. And so the value of the land that was left behind, they got nothing for that at the time. And so they were moved onto a floodplain in Hodgson, Manitoba. And eventually, 100 and some odd years later, there was a financial settlement. The government said, acknowledged, okay, we did make a mistake. We did something that was dishonorable and we broke a treaty. And that's what you see quite frequently now, the courts coming in to intervene and acknowledge that governments have broken treaties, not just Peguis, but right across the country. And there's a section on Indigenous Watchdog called Indigenous Victories, which is documenting all of the different First Nations that have claims settled 100, 150 years after the treaty had been violated and broken. And when you think about the value of the land that is left, the Peguis and they did get a financial compensation for the land that was taken from them in 1905. But some First Nations have been put into areas, like you look at the nations on the Albany River in northern Manitoba, northern Ontario. Every year, Neskantaga First Nation gets evacuated because of floods on the Albany River. Every single year. Neskantaga also has the longest boil water advisory for 30 years. It's been in place. They just had an evacuation because of health crises. The health clinic had problems. And so you think about they haven't had a financial settlement from the government at all. They're part of the Ring of Fire, so they're trying to get consultation with the Ontario government in terms of the value compensation that they should be entitled to, because the government is coming in to extract the wealth out of the Ring of Fire to enrich the corporations, to enrich Ontario through taxes. And all the First Nations are asking for is saying, this is our land, there's value to that land, and the land should be compensated for if you're going to be extracting wealth. And if you're going to be extracting wealth, it has to be done in an environmental friendly and environmental sustainable way, so that you're not scarring and damaging the territory permanently. There has to be reasonable mechanisms to be able to manage that process. And if you look at Haida Gwaii, I mentioned that was one of the positive things, 10,000 square kilometers of land that has been returned to Haida Gwaii for them to have full governance control of. So they, going forward, control what level of extraction will take place, if extraction. They control the dynamic of that. the compensation for that, and the relationship with whoever it is that's coming into the territory to do that. At the same time, when that was happening, the Conservative government in BC was spreading all disinformation and misinformation, and that property owners were going to lose their title to their land, that it was just a land grab on part of the BC government and the Indigenous people in BC, which we see over and over again in Canada and the States and globally, is the epidemic of disinformation and misinformation designed just to get in the way of just settlements, to move the bar forward in terms of making it more equitable relationships between the First Nations involved and the governments.
Yes.
First, I want to thank both of our speakers for just excellent help to me today. I wasn't aware of Watchdog, and I'm really grateful to have been informed. But my question actually is to Douglas Sanderson. I just find this switch from property to territory so helpful. But I'm also thinking about the legacy that isn't just about the theft of land or the failure to maintain the treaties from a land point of view, but from the cultural robbery, the theft of culture and the theft of sovereignty in that way. And so it's so, you do such a, it's so helpful to me when you come up with these nifty little stories like the MacLeods. So what I want is, what's the MacLeod's equivalent story about cultural theft? How do we redress the injustice done, not on a territorial level, but on that kind of cultural sovereignty level?
Thank you for asking. I mean, it seems to me like that's sort of the paradigmatic example of it's not up to us to fix it. Like, we don't need to figure that out. What we need to do is to figure out how we can resource those communities so that that's something that they can do themselves, right? We sort of need to get out of the way, more or less. And when I think about like language renewal, like that's not really something that any of us can do. Like, we're not going to become Cree teachers, probably. I mean, maybe my daughter, hopefully, God willing. But that's the sort of, like, we need to put in place or be able to provide the resources so that communities can put in place the kind of education that will allow language to flourish within their communities. And that's going to vary from community to community. And so I think that trusting communities to make the right decisions about their own cultural resources is the right way to think about those problems, and stop imagining that the solutions can come from us in the South. They really have to come from the communities in the North. Thank you. It's a rave.
I think the Haida Gwaii situation, this is for you, Douglas, the Haida Gwaii situation came out of nowhere, and suddenly, they're given what every Indian band would like: total control over their own fate, and they're given self-government, right? And how did that happen, and why isn't it not happening more often? Why? I know they were given a lot of land, which is Sanderson's point, and clearly it's Haida Gwaii. What are the conditions that made that happen, and can it happen more often? I mean, is it a hopeful sign? Please.
Well, I think initially, BC has been much more progressive in terms of a lot of the relationships they have between First Nations and the government. And there's also been more Supreme Court decisions, like the Sokotan decision, which granted Aboriginal title for a large area of territory in BC to the Sokotan Nation. So there's been a huge, in my mind, it's sort of the seeds have been planted in British Columbia more so than other provinces. And maybe part of that is because BC is the only province where there hasn't been treaties that had been entered into. The
Well,
treaty,
there
the
were
number.
no treaties, right?
Pardon me?
There were no treaties.
There were no treaties, not in BC.
Yeah, so
I mean, every place else there were numbered treaties. That in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, you had the peace and friendship treaties in the Atlantic provinces, but there were never any treaties in BC. And so that's why there's always been such a huge conflict, because the territories were never ceded. There was never any kind of treaties that were put in place. So there's no justification for the Crown claiming that they have full ownership of all the territory and the resources. But I think that the progressive nature, and BC was the first province to adopt the United Nations Declaration and work through the action plan that they're putting in place. I mean, they've had some issues along the way trying to deal with that, but they were the first government in the world actually to put a stake in the ground and say, yeah, we're going to try and do something with this. And Canada followed. Now the Northwest Territories are also looking at UNDRIP and what they can do to how they can move forward with that. So I think having that kind of recognition of Indigenous rights through UNDRIP opens the door to that kind of an extended relationship. And I think that's why you see Haida Gwaii being able to successfully execute that kind of an agreement. Another thing that is helping that, just recently, the government appointed a commissioner for comprehensive modern treaties, comprehensive claims, which is the first time that's ever happened. Previously, the claims that were initiated, and it gets complicated because you have comprehensive claims, you have land claims, you've got system claims. I mean, there's all these different variations. Land entitlements. I mean, so it's there's different kinds of claims that can be brought forward, and then you have all the court cases, right, where Indigenous First Nations or the are going to courts for redress, saying that all of these territories have been violated, and it's the courts that have been in most instances it's the courts that is making the settlements possible. But that being said, I mean, I think the Comprehensive Claims Commissioner, who's just recently was appointed, I think this year, the legislation was put in place. That, in concert with what's already happened now with Haida Gwaii, is going to make it easier for those kinds of recognitions to take place in the future too.
Yeah. But I mean, just in a word, it's not easily replicated, that situation, eh?
No, it's not. I mean, and I couldn't see something like that happening in Ontario.
Certainly not in Ontario.
No,
Too bad.
no. You have to have a political regime that is going to be friendly to the concept, right? And I think the fact that BC was open to exploring negotiation on the United Nations Declaration certainly opened the door to allow things like that to happen. Yeah. But that was also supported by the Supreme Court decisions in BC that also allowed that to happen too.
So we're not going to see a lot more sovereign situations in native, we're not going to see a lot of reserves suddenly become sovereign nations. Unlikely, eh?
It's a process. It's a slow process.
I think in some ways that's up to us.
Well, we can hope, eh?
Yeah, thank you. Just to let you know that there is tea and a few snacks back there. Please feel free. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Chino. I'm from Moose Cree First Nation on Treaty 9 territory. And I want to say that thus far, reconciliation has only been a verbal agreement or lip service. There are 4 levels of reconciliation: individual level, community level, institutional level, and the government level. And communities are not moving beyond the land acknowledgement in order to achieve reconciliation. And many Canadians, or the vast majority of Canadians, and newcomers lack a full understanding of what transpired from 1867 to 1885. Miigwech. Thank you.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Dawn, and I am part of the Indigenous Solidarity Working Group here at Redeemer. I really want to thank you to both Douglases for your talk today. I learned a lot. And I have heard, Douglas Anderson, your ideas before, which I'm very excited about. But my question is, I'm just a little person in a little church. I'm a doer. What can I do?
So this is a question that I get asked a lot, and I've decided that the way to answer the question is to tell a story, which I'll do very quickly. And so this is a story that takes place here on the earth, but a long, long time ago, before there were any human beings. There were just the animal and the plant beings. And one day the Creator calls an assembly of all the animal beings and says, when they've all assembled on the prairie, he says, I'm going to introduce into this world a new kind of being, but this being won't be like you. This being will have faculties that you don't have. But this being will also not be born with the kind of instincts that you have, that you'll literally have to teach them everything so they can survive. You will literally have to sacrifice your flesh for them to eat and your fur to keep them warm in winter. But I am going to give these beings a special gift, and that's the knowledge of truth and justice. But you can't just give a gift like that. People won't appreciate it. So I want to put it somewhere so they have to work to find it, but I don't know where to put the gift. And that's why I've asked you all here today, animal beings. And one by one, they put up their paws and their hooves and their wings, and they offer their solutions. Bison says, give it to me, and I'll run it across the prairies. And Creator says, thank you, Bison, but these beings are going to spread out. And hours later, Salmon says, give it to me, and I'll take it across the seas. And Creator says, these people will spread far and wide across all the lands and across all the seas. That's not going to work either. And sometime later, Crow says, give it to me, and I will fly it to the moon and bury it in Sister Moon herself. And Creator says, this is hard for you to believe, but they're actually going to get there too. They're a very creative species. And so one after another, they struggle to try and find where they should put the gift. And finally, just before daybreak, little Mole puts up his hand and little paw, and Creator says, Mole, where do you think we should put the gift? And Mole says, Creator, put the gift inside of them so that each of them will have access to the secret of truth and justice, but each of them will have to go on a journey within to find that knowledge. And so I think the answer to the question of what it is you personally can do is to begin that voyage, to begin the search. The Creator has placed that answer within you, and the Creator awaits your journey to find out what it is you do.
Just recently, Canada elected a new government, got a new Prime Minister, Carney, and he put out a mandate a couple days ago. And he mentioned Indigenous peoples. I'm going to read them all. We will work in true partnership with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. Second one. The new government will continue the vital work of advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Done. Okay. So the reason I went and looked that up, I was just kind of surprised that in the list of not started that we hadn't even had a box ticked of I should have marked it, that the Prime Minister gives a status report on Indigenous peoples. And I was like, even if it's a crappy report, like, can't you tick that box even? So where it gets to is we've got a new government, we've got a new prime minister. Is there hope somewhere? Is there something that's a low-hanging fruit still there to be grabbed? Should he give a report whether or not the National Council of Reconciliation has operationalized its mandate? Like, can we get some of these things that haven't started going by the new government, and is there hope for that?
Well, I would hope that that there would be more progress done at a quicker level with a lot of this stuff. And it's encouraging that if you look at Mark Carney and the cabinet that he's put in place, he has 3 Indigenous cabinet ministers, which is the first time in Canadian history that there's been that many. So you have you also have the 2 previous ministers for the Crown and Northern Relations and Indigenous Services. They're still in cabinet. There's also the minister that's for Crown and Indigenous Relations is from the Northwest Territories, which has 50% Indigenous population. So you have 6 members of cabinet that have a wealth of knowledge about Indigenous relations and Indigenous issues. So you would have to think that with that level of voices at the cabinet table, that would help to accelerate some of these calls to action, because some of them they are low-hanging fruit. There's no reason why they couldn't be implemented a lot faster. Like there's one about amending the Physical Sports Activity Act, right? Why on earth is that taking, or the Citizens Guide for New Citizens, right? They've been saying for 6 years it's in process. I mean, that should be a no-brainer. They had a draft resolution for a Citizens Guide 5 years ago. So there is low-hanging fruit that they could very easily implement. And I think that, I have more confidence in Carney now. I think that he's got, certainly with the representation that he's put into cabinet, I think he's got his eyes on the ball in terms of being aware of Indigenous issues. And more than that, he's also aware of North. All 5 of the 3 Indigenous members of cabinet are all from the North, including the Crown Indigenous Relations, non-Indigenous, from the Northwest Territories. So you've got 4 people that are well-versed in Indigenous issues that are representing the North and the Arctic. And I think that's also, given the prevalence of focus on Arctic sovereignty and Arctic issues, especially with climate change, that speaks volumes to Carney's sort of insight in terms of how he's putting, hopefully, the right people in place to be able to move those things forward.
Another question?
Yes, I'm thinking about the doctrine of discovery and the gathering at the Vatican where representatives from First Nations across Canada were there, and voices could be heard calling out, repudiate the doctrine of discovery. I would love that to happen from, the attitudes that have followed from that and what created the doctrine of discovery. But I want to know from a legal standpoint, is there any value in this day and age to repudiate the doctrine?
The doctrine of discovery was repudiated by the Vatican in 1537. It has not been an active doctrine in generations. Mm-hmm. The phrase, the doctrine of discovery, does not appear as a phrase anywhere in the English language before 1823, when it is first used and invented by Justice John Marshall. Prior to that, literally no one believed in the doctrine of discovery. The British were Protestants. What do they care what the Catholic Pope says, right? Like, the doctrine of discovery has been used as this explanation for history. But it, in fact, never formed any part of our history. I cannot find a single document where the author says, I wasn't going to do this thing, but because of the doctrine of discovery, I did. Like, it just literally never informed any actions. Mm-hmm. After 1837, it became an explanation for what happened in the prior regime, but that's not actually what happened in the prior regime. Literally nobody who arrived in North America thought that they could take Indian lands. That is a myth that we have projected backwards in order to explain a history to ourselves in an easy and compelling manner. And the doctrine of discovery is just like a really simple way of saying like, oh, people were bad because of the doctrine of discovery. In fact, people were bad for all kinds of complicated reasons, but the doctrine of discovery was never one of them.
Okay, so when people are calling out to repudiate it, they're misinformed, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It turns out like a lot of everything we think we know about history between indigenous and settler peoples is actually incorrect. And so the doctrine of discovery, the idea of terra nullius or res nullius, again, they don't appear in a textbook before the 19th century. They're ideas that we have projected backwards to explain prior actions in an easy way, but they don't actually form part of the historical record.
Interesting, thank you.
No trouble.
I know we're getting low on time here. I'm wondering if, I always think private property and individual rights is part of the settler colonialist world. Is there any movement forward with the idea of, I like the idea of territories or land masses being given the rights of an individual, the way some rivers are being given individual rights, the way that corporations were given the rights of an individual. So in law, is that possible for land masses to be given rights to be seen as an individual?
Do you want to?
I think probably the most example of that is the Mi'kmaq fishery, the moderate living fishery in Atlantic Canada, which is based on a decision from the court, the Donald Marshall case, where he went out and did some fishing for moderate fishing. And that was his treaty right. And the Supreme Court agreed, yes, you have, First Nations and Métis people have treaty rights to hunt in their territory or to fish in Atlantic Canada. And you see in the papers over the past few years, there's been this battle between commercial fishery and the moderate living fishery that the Mi'kmaq have been exercising. And it's just constantly going on because there hasn't been, I guess there's a battle between the Department of Fisheries, who believe that for conservation efforts that it should be under their jurisdiction, and the Mi'kmaq have their own indigenous legal way and environmental way of doing a sustainable fishery, and so they have their own fishing plans. Some of those First Nations Mi'kmaq in Nova Scotia and PEI will operate under the government fishery plan. A number of them will not because they still want to exercise their moderate living fishing capabilities, which is what their individual rights are as Indigenous people by treaty, recognized by the Supreme Court. I'm not too sure if there's other, examples in other provinces when it comes to like moose hunting or caribou hunting, because the treaty rights of people, especially in the north, is that they are allowed to go and hunt for sustainability. That's their food security. And food insecurity is a huge issue in the north. And so having that treaty right to be able to go out individually, and they still have instances, I think it was in Manitoba just recently, there was some moose hunters that were arrested or they were charged with, actually the chief of the Métis Federation in Manitoba was charged with illegally hunting moose, which was eventually withdrawn. But again, by treaty, individuals have the right to go out and hunt for sustainability for food.
But again, that's the humans with their rights. I'm wondering, is this fanciful thinking about rivers that are being given the right of...
that in New Zealand there is a river that has been granted personality, legal personality, and so there's a committee of Maori and non-Maori people who operate on behalf of the river to provide input and decision-making, or input to decision-making about things that affect the river.
Yeah.
That has not actually happened in Canada yet, and people think that it's hard to understand how we would even do that. But I teach property law, and there is like buried very deeply within property law, common law, property law doctrine, is this idea that land has a kind of personality of its own, that one of the things that we look for when we ask about easements or other sort of interest in land is we ask, does it make the land better off as land? Not better off for the owner of the land, but for the land as land. So like there's because the common law is based in very, very ancient English traditions, and so there is this thread of this idea that land has a personality, that it has an understanding of itself, that I think can probably be brought out to fruition in a broader discussion, though at present it's a much it's a much buried idea. Like we talk about the Magna Carta as this basis for our rights, but it's not really. The Magna Carta was a list of rights that lords had relative to the king. What we had was something called the Forest Charter. And the Forest Charter provided all kinds of use and access rights to individual citizens as against the kings and the lords. And it's within that Forest Charter that comes the idea of the land having an agency on its own. And so I would like it if we learned more and taught more about the Forest Charter, because that should be the basis of how we understand our relationship to the land relative to other authorities.
Well, and even the way that even the way that NAFTA #1 commodified water as a good, not a non-renewable resource.
Two more questions.
I wanted to say a little something about what we can do, somebody asked. Douglas Sanderson is, of course, right that the kingdom of peace and reconciliation is within us. But right now in Ontario, the provincial government is about to bring forward an act that has real potential for violating Indigenous rights. And it's all about, we've got to have this rapid development. People can inform themselves, write to the Premier, write to the appropriate minister, write to the newspapers. You can do something.
Yes. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for saying that. Because the reality is these are political problems. These are not legal problems. And politics is about us, right? It's about making our voices heard. Now, I've worked in politics, and I can assure you 100%, no politician is sitting there going, what should I do today? I know, I'll fix that Indian thing. They're not going to say that until we're demanding it. And when they hear us demanding it, they will ask the civil service to develop some options. But until that happens, no one is moving forward on the file, right? And that's why keeping track of the progress on the TRC calls to action is so important, because unless they hear us demanding progress, they're going to put their pens down and move on to other things.
Thank you. One more question? Two more questions. Two more questions? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, very quickly, I just want to say amen to what was just said. So, yes, I love your story. Let's all look within and figure out, what the Creator has in mind for each of us. But it's so easy to pick up the phone, and it's easy to find out, the Prime Minister's phone number, the Premier's phone number, make a 1-minute call and say what you're passionate about. Same thing with your members of Parliament or MPPs, and it's like a free little postcard to Mr. Carney, right? So if every one of us did that, once a week, a phone call, a postcard, whatever, it's astonishing what we can do. Think of the lobbyists. They're in Ottawa all the time meeting with these people. They know how important those connections are, and we can do it too. We're not unempowered people.
And it's postage free to mail your member of Parliament. Just pop it in the mail and it'll get there without a stamp.
A comment and a question. I'm Joe. I'm part of the Indigenous Solidarity Working Committee as well, and I want to thank Sandra and Rosalind and Douglas and Douglas. I think, like many of us here, our brains are like this big right now with ideas and thoughts. I know that what we've emphasized today is a lot about learning truth, and I know personally I learned more truth than I had before. And we're working towards reconciliation. But I want to echo what a few people have said. I think that what happens is that there becomes a burning in each of us to try to do more, to bring about justice. And so I guess my question would be from, all three of you, if there was, I hear that we need to find our path of what we do, we need to advocate. And we don't want to, it's not up to settlers. We want to listen to what Indigenous people want, but we want to help. We want to support the movement. Again, a lot of ideas going around in my brain, but I would love to hear from all three of you if you had one wish for something that you would like us to support. What would that be? And we have a lot of the material at the tables. I hope you all take those. And as we learned from Douglas Sinclair, which are the areas that are stuck and are moving in that? And then kind of a broader picture that Douglas Sanderson, you were bringing forward about that territory idea and about letting Indigenous people decide what to do. So just backing away, I'd just love to hear from all three of you, maybe just something that would be your hope and wish that would come about from this so that we're really working towards action on top of the learning of truth. So, thank you.
So there's an old joke, and it goes like this. To First Nations people, a treaty is a marriage. And to the Crown, it's a divorce, right? And I think that's like a fundamental thing that if I could change one thing, it would be to reorient how we think about what a treaty is, so that we think about it as the basis for a relationship, not as like the outline of a contract. Because we're in a relationship, we've been in one for several hundred years, we're going to be in a relationship for several more hundred of years, maybe thousands of years. It would be really, really helpful, I think, if we understood that keeping that relationship alive and making it a good relationship. The old expression for the Haudenosaunee Confederacy used to be that the covenant chain needs annual polishing, right? This idea that we would come together every year to talk about our relationship, what we could do differently, what we've done that was wrong, how do we apologize for that, how do we acknowledge our mistakes, rather than thinking of treaties as this divorce document that outlines all of our responsibilities, to finally see that our responsibilities are to one another, not to a piece of paper. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was interested. I did a presentation once to, there was a government organization that was with One Day's Pay. And One Day's Pay is an organization that has an annual event that runs September the 30th. And it's, and the presentation was around giving in a very practical sense. And the one slide that sticks out is that of all of the fundraising and charities and monies that get donated in Canada, less than 1% goes to Indigenous organizations. And you think of, in Toronto alone, there's probably 8 or 9 Indigenous organizations. Native Child and Family Services is one that I was involved with for 15 years. There's Namavres, which is another. There's a whole pile of them. Anyway, and that's just in Toronto. I mean, all across the country, there are Indigenous organizations that are struggling to keep the lights on, to get money just to pay staff, to just keep going. And especially now with all of the issues that you've seen highlighted today, Indigenous organizations that are doing work to try to further things and improve the lives of Indigenous people can use all the help that they can get. So my suggestion would be to donate to any of the First Nations organizations, Métis, Inuit. There's lots of them across the country, including Indigenous Watchdog. I'd be happy to receive any donations because it's work and there's operating costs associated with it. And it's hard to come by, especially in today when you look at what's going on with the economy. There's not as much money to go around. So every cent counts. Thank you.
I just want to add that there are also, and I did a concert with Indigenous people, and the proceeds went to a BC organization that actually looks after survivors of the residential schools, and there are several of those as well, which are well worth supporting, I would have thought.
Thank you.
The Redeemer used one day's pay to raise money for the project by the Living Water Group, which was founded by our first Indigenous Archbishop, Mark MacDonald. It's called Living Water in English, and again, I'm not going to tell you what it's called
Home early. What would I ask for if I had one wish? I guess that question was, right. I'll tell you a story because that's what we do. I am Oneida from the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And the silver covenant chain was first made with the Dutch. And now it hasn't been recorded. This actually wasn't recorded until about 1640, between 1630 and 1640, which is called the condolence. And what happens in that condolence is that when we are met with a newcomer, when we are met with change, when we are met with that same kind of Plenty-Coups idea of this turn, that we have lost our buffalo, our hunt. We've lost our way of being. When we knew that was going to happen, we would have condolence. And that condolence was about grieving. That condolence was about reflecting. That condolence was about putting mechanisms in place to which we could return to relationship with 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐠𝐥𝐚𝐬, Creator, return to relationship with each other and in our families and our clans, return to relationship with the other. Condolence. So what that meant for a condolence ceremony, and there's basically three kinds of condolence ceremonies. There's the kind of condolence when a chief dies, and the process is going through a condolence. And then there is a condolence when we do experience a death in our family. And then there's I guess we could call this a national condolence. And that's the condolence that I'm kind of describing here, that kind of was first recorded again between 1630 and 1640 on the banks of the St. Lawrence River, between the 𝐾𝐨𝐮𝐬 people, primarily as our older brothers, Mohawk, and the 𝐷𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐻, those that were representing the church, those that were representing the Quebec, or should I say the French at that point. The story was told first in the creation story. The creation story where we were all created out of clay, right? This is when we ask each other, traditionally when we ask each other, what's the clay under your feet? Right? What's the clay under your feet? What are you made of? What's the dirt you're made out of? Right? Because we are all made out of material, out of earthly material. So we tell that story of Sky Woman falling. We tell the story, and I'm sure you've heard that story. We tell that story. We tell the story of the peacemaker coming to the communities to give that message of peace. We talk about the story of Handsome Lake that would renew our ways of being. We would tell that story of kind of telling the future, I guess. So Handsome Lake was a foretelling, or actually the story of Handsome Lake was a foretelling of what would happen. So it would take us from our beginning to our hopes and dreams of the end. And the chiefs would tell this story of condolence. And within that story, they give us mechanisms coming back to the fire. Condolence, a way of grieving, a way of hoping, a way of coming back together, a way of reflecting. I just give you a brief kind of overview of that ceremony. But that's kind of where we have to be, a kind of condolence mindset, And I think we are in that condolence mindset here and there, as we have talked about different ideas of where we are in this reconciliation. And I won't call it a process, because I can't really call it a process, because we will always be reconciling. Just like our condolence ceremony, reconciliation, as you know, is a spiritual process that's never finished. We will always be reconciling. And in our data, what we're finding, though, is that there are lots of gaps. And in those gaps, we're finding that these are places where we can strengthen, right? And those in strengthening those gaps, it might mean giving a cartography, a map of where these points of reconciliation are taking place. Here at Redeemer, wherever you might go, maybe that has to happen, a point of a sense of where it's happening. I spent most of my younger life being angry, but since in my old age now, the idea is to give more honor, to give more honor to myself, my community, my people, and people, God's people, Creator's people. Give honor to where those steps are being taken. Don't be afraid to criticize where those steps are not being taken. Speak out about them as much as you are here today. The idea of land out of the realm of real estate, out of property law, is incredible. It should make you think of creation, as it does when the turtle was here in this water, this primordial sea, where the animals had agency to talk to one another, to build up Turtle Island, so that life may take place. It should draw memories of those stories that we've heard as children, whether we're Indigenous or not. You've heard those stories of creation, and it was good. That's what it calls back to. One of the things that we did talk about, the Turo Wampum, right? That kind of that goes along with the Silver Covenant chain. The Turo Wampum talks about relationship, and not necessarily rights in the way that we understand rights, but responsibility. Two rows, relationship and responsibility. That means we are responsible for the things that we say and do and act. ReconciliAction is transformative, and you have to be responsible for that. ReconciliAction. And transformation is new life from the dead. The Turo. Oh, I love the Turo. I love you talked about the strings. Now, the string says it goes on, right? Because the point of the Turo, the Turo Wampum, is that it is a 3D document. You can touch it, and it's made out of quahog shells, and the shells are so. It's so I have ADHD, so I love running my hands against them like this. Relationship and responsibility. You and me. You and me. I and thou. I, thou, yeah. You and me walking together in this abundance that we know as creation. What I love about the Turo is this, though. It's not very popular in some circles, but I'm going to say it anyway. When you hold a Turo and you look down the Turo like this, eventually those two converge. In the fullness of time, they converge. But it's only going to converge is if you can think outside of what you have been taught about things like property, and even what's been taken away from us, this idea of duty to consult. What happens when due process breaks down? When we don't start having relationship, what happens to us as a people when that breaks down? Look across the border. Not only your rights are taken, your humanity as well. When we talk about the Turo, we're talking about human beings that are not infant, they're finite, from here to here, walking together. When I say walking together, you were meant to walk. But you didn't. You settled. You settled. And you, as created in the image of God, created by 𝐃𝐨𝐮𝐬 out of these rare earths, were not meant to settle. You were meant to flow. You were meant to journey. Sojourn. That's what you are today, sojourners. So when you ask me what I would like, or what my wish is, in light of the wonderful stories and information and critical thought that we had this afternoon, in light of all of that, is to journey with it. Don't settle with it. Journey with it. Take it with you. Because that all of what these two gentlemen talked about this afternoon has an intersectionality. Things like duty to consult and due process. These concepts affect you. Don't settle with it. Sojourn with it. Take it with you. Teach it. Talk about it. Now that would be my wish, is that that's what we would do. But I'm going to give you honor today as well by saying this is what you are doing. This is who you are today. Don't forget who you are today. If you decided to get up this morning and learn something new, something that you can take with you on your journey. Because along the way you're going to meet Indigenous people, you're going to meet immigrants, you're going to meet impoverished people, you are going to meet LGBTQ2 people. And they must walk with you as well. So it's a big thing. So you asked me that question. And it fills my heart to be asked. It fills my heart to even try to attempt to answer it, because my hopes and dreams are many. But I will say this, for my people, my learned professors, is that they've been given a gift. They are a gift to our people, gifts to you. Don't squander it. Don't settle with it. Take it with you. Take it with you and partake of it. It is good food. And as my sister Sandra, he would say, it's good medicine. Good medicine. I think I'll stop there, because I can go on as well. So I'm going to stop there. But yeah, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Sandra, who is going to sing us our prayer, sing us out.
On the agenda, it says I'm going to sing the traveling song. So we've learned a lot. We sat and listened. Nawagoa, wow, really good. Good food. Great sandwiches. Sorry, berries. Just joking now. It's been a long day, a lot for us to process. And I'm sure there'll be more questions. I know Douglas is always approachable, and he's always around, so don't be afraid. And I'm sure we know how to find you, Douglas. What is it? What is it again? What's your website again? IndigenousWatchdog.org. Send your questions. I'm sure he'll answer. And we know how to find you, Rosie. But the traveling song, I was told, it was about, there was a teaching conference out west. I'm just going to brief it. I'm not going to go too much into detail. And they got together and they organized, and they had an exercise. And with Indigenous music, like First Nation music, even in Inuit, they tend to use vocals, no words to it. And it's almost like the 𝐃𝐨𝐮 music where you sing it over and over. And the idea is to sing it really high, so you kind of like the eagle. But it's about traveling, not in a negative way, but to keep moving, to keep walking, keep talking, keep asking the questions. And that ripple effect where it moves. And it's kind of amazing because sometimes when you start something, it's amazing what you hear when it comes back, right? It's like, I didn't say that, did I? Okay. But anyways, let's see if it comes to me. And if you know the song, I encourage you to sing with me. I really don't like to sing alone. To be honest, I like to sing with a group of people. No, the strong woman's song's coming. Keep an eye on when the next panel workshop's going to happen. Bye.
Thank you all for coming. God bless you all. Ooh, I'm dizzy. I haven't anything to eat. Some berries. Woo.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you.
Appreciated that.
Yes. And your wife stuck through it all, bless her.
She did.
That's good. That's good.
I've always wondered what this church was like on the inside.
Yeah, yeah. Pseudo-Renaissance, but very Toronto in terms of its brick. And you'll see houses in parts of High Park, Parkdale with the same design. You'll see this design other places. Hello. Cheryl, Douglas, Cheryl Merritt.
I just want you to see that I underlined inform, educate, okay? Because, and I guess it's kind of like what Roz was saying about how we've had this marvelous meal today, and now we're just going to settle in for one another. And it's just, I mean, I've heard so many times from Indigenous people that these things are there for us to share, to be conduits.
Yeah.
And this 𝐾𝐨𝐮𝐬, did I bring up my phone? I didn't.
You did. Well,
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And so in the 90s, I went to Labrador with a friend. We were retired educators now, but we drove through Churchill Falls into the bay. What's the Bay of Fundy? No. This is in Labrador. Happy Valley Goose Bay. There we go. Happy Valley Goose Bay. Got on the Northern Range and went to all the outports, Indigenous outports, right up to Maine. And of course, well, we were going to go into the Trinidad Mountains, but the weather was too cold in July, and the outfitters wouldn't take us, so we had to tour around. And Boise Bay was just starting to, a little bit of noise. And so now, the richest nickel mine in the world, Boise Bay, Labrador, widely heralded as a sustainability success story, strengthening one of the longest standing Indigenous land stewardship programs in Canada, setting new standards for consultation and accommodation. So it made me think of how when you're presenting this website here, and it was 27% good stories and
29% positive, 71% negative.
Right. So for us to equip ourselves with these good stories, the 𝐾𝐨𝐿𝐴, so that when we're around the tables with our family and our friends or work colleagues or whatever, that rather than this wall of not knowing, you say, well, let me tell you something. Like, they don't have to know that our stories are from 29% good versus the overwhelmingly negative and the tall mountain we're still climbing. They just have to be brought up into the foothills, right?
Yeah. And there's a lot of things like in the Indigenous conservation areas. There's a whole pile of them all across the country that have been set up.
That's one of the things I miss, because when WIN was weekly, it was national. But when I turned 80, I couldn't do that anymore. It was taking me 3 or 4 hours a day, and we haven't been able to find anybody to take it over. Surprise. So I'm now just doing Ontario. And Ontario is so full of crap here. I mean, 7129 for sure. But, so a lot of the good news stories are in BC and other provinces.
There's some things that are happening with Alderville and Mississaugas at Scugog Island, First Nations, and down at Wesleyville.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to find out about those things, I guess. I have the same sources as you do, except for Nation Talk. I don't.
Nation Talk is an Indigenous press wire.
It is a wire.
It's a press wire. So they have, every day they have links to about 35 different
I should subscribe
different
to that.
stories. And then they also have events, and they've got all sorts of stuff that they do.
Is that on your list of
Yeah,
It's on the list.
it's the top one.
Canada's National Observer is really good as well.
Yeah, I know. I get the Observer and or the Globe. I run across, but I don't have access to the stories. So,
I used to publish all their stuff on the site. But then they said there's copyright issues with
I had a talk with the editor of the Globe, and he was, at one point, I could get a certain number of stories every month. And so I went to him and I said, look, I'm only looking at Indigenous stories. Set up an algorithm so that if you click on an Indigenous story, you're not charged.
Ended up back in Toronto. My family brought us back to Toronto. But I'm originally.
They're pretty. I had a call from the General Counsel saying that
It's just,
they had some litigation, I guess, back in the
maybe
90s. They had a company called
20 minutes, 25 minutes.
And I guess that was when digitalization was starting. And they had some kind of a copyright issue, and so they just closed the door on it. It's all subscription. It's all locked down.
No, it's gonna grab Pam.
Yeah.
She's done, but I'm not rushing. Oh,
I was saying to Pamela when we're planning for this.
She's a pilot, just as people have it. She's a pilot.
Peguis First Nation, like that was where house
There was a house fire in, there's been quite a few in different places. I can't remember whereabouts in Manitoba it was. I can remember there was one in Peguis. They actually just had, I mean, the biggest issue there is all the floods that they get every year. Last year, 2 years ago, the biggest one was the government keeps spending money on post-flood support rather than tree flood planning to prevent floods.
It makes me think of was it BC, maybe it was fires and not floods in terms of, getting landowners to make sure that trees didn't grow within this distance of their house anymore to help prevent. Is that damage?
You see, there was, that's part of the Indigenous traditions. They have a control group. They had historically for and they were forbidden by the I guess not just the Indian office.
Good learning day.
Forbidden from doing controlled fire.